All right. Should be live. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Audio's working. Okay, everything's working. All right, welcome everybody. We have a tornado warning over here in Tennessee. That's going to be for Oakland, Williston, Rossville, Moscow, LaGrange, and Salisbury. We have a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat happening here where we have a couple areas of some circulation on the southern side of this line of storms that is entering into East Tennessee. As you can see, a little bit of a line there. Believe it or not, the HRRR still doesn't really have this on its model, so this is kind of an unpredicted event here. So if you're over here near Rossville, again, Moscow, Williston, LaGrange, and Salisbury, here in Tennessee, you guys need to be in your safe spots out over there. And then if we come over to here, hopefully I can get this up pretty quickly here. We do have a little camera in the area here near Collinsville. And as you can see, it is quite windy out there where the storm is going at the moment. Let me turn on warnings here really quick. Weather alerts, just so I can position these in the right way. Yeah, our closest camera is this one over here near Collinsville. We also have another one over here near Boulevard that might eventually get a look at the storm, but this is inside of the southern portion of the storm. And we are watching this pretty closely for maybe a tornado to drop out of these storms. These are going to be the first kind of storms of the day to kind of carry a tornado risk. If we come over here to our correlation coefficient, still not seeing a tornado on the ground at this moment. But again, if you live in Williston, Rossville, Moscow, LaGrange, and Salisbury, Tennessee, everybody needs to be in your safe spots. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Just a little brief overview of today and what we're going to be dealing with. We do have two enhanced risks. One over here in the Mississippi, Arkansas, and Alabama region. Technically, this storm is not supposed to be part of that enhanced risk, but as you can see, it is kind of already producing an enhanced area of, severe potential. So might as well consider it. But a lot of this enhanced risk should be coming from our activity that is actually over here into northwestern Arkansas that'll eventually form into an MCS and move into this area as well. And then back over here, we have another enhanced risk over here for parts of Texas and Oklahoma. The main risks for today are going to be damaging winds and hail in our enhanced risk areas. There is a little 5% over here in Dallas and Oklahoma that should be getting started within the next 2 hours or so. A little bit of a tornado chance over there near Denver, and then also back over here, a little bit of a tornado chance as well. So damaging winds should be the main story of today, but can't rule out a couple of brief tornadoes like we are seeing a storm or trying to do right now. And you can actually see here on reflectivity, we definitely got a couple of hooks here with both of these storms. So we're still monitoring these little areas of circulation that will have that potential to potentially, produce a brief tornado there. So again, folks that need to be in their safe spots is over here near Williston, Rossville, Moscow, LaGrange, and Salisbury here in southwestern Tennessee. Further up to the north, keeping an eye on this northern part of the storm, not really seeing much other than a small wind threat and lightning right now, not really seeing much rotation at the moment. It seems like our main area of focus is going to continue to be this storm back down over here. Just thankfully it is past Memphis by now, but there still is a decent amount of people in the path of this tornadic part of the storm. Let's come back over to our camera view here. And as you can see, we are kind of getting a clearing on the back of this storm right now. Camera is located right over here near Pipertown at the moment. Wow, pretty strong winds now on the southern side of the storm. So I would not rule out a severe thunderstorm warning on the southern side as well. It seems like we're getting pretty close to those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here near Collierville, Tennessee. Any chasers out there today in Tennessee? No. As far as I know, it's probably mainly going to be storm spotters, just like people that live locally. I don't know any storm chasers that I work with at the moment that are out and over in the Tennessee region. But the good news is, if we come back over to here into Radar Mega, you can see there is a lot of cameras out here that we can keep an eye on these storms with. So, for now, that'll probably be our best research source in tracking these storms. I also have a lot of cameras in Mississippi from the WeatherWise app as well. If I turn that on, you guys can see you've got a lot of little has cams further down to the south. I'm not sure if they're going to be helpful, though, to be honest. But that's pretty much all we got out there in terms of storm views at the moment. Also noticing a little bit of a kink back up here near Denmark, Tennessee as well. Seeing too much circulation up there yet, but that might be an area. Anywhere where we get a kink along this line, probably going to have to keep an eye on that tornado potential. Latest scans have come in on the storm. See, we still have these little appendages here with the inflow pulling into the storms right here into this region. Broad circulation still continues to be an issue on this storm. Again, if you live in Rossville, Moscow, Williston, LaGrange, and Salisbury, still continue to be sheltered in place here. Heard sirens in Cordova, Tennessee. Let me see where Cordova is. Tennessee. Yeah, you guys are not in the tornado warning. So you guys are good to go in Cordova. North of Killeen. North of Austin tomorrow near Killeen and Temple. Okay. Is that where you're going to be? Or are you thinking about storms there? Yeah, over in Collierville, down here, you guys have just been passed by the leading edge of this line. So that is where our tornado threat's going to be. So you should be at around 0% tornado chances, at least for now. So that'll be that is your latest update there. But if you know anybody that lives to the east of you in like Rossville, Moscow, Williston, I would definitely be calling out to them to let them know that we do have some circulations here. And look at this, potentially a debris signature popping up there. Let me see how that translates to our latest radar scans. If that's in the, yeah, that is in the inflow. So that might not be a tornado there, but just in case it is, there is enough technical reflectivity to say that is a tornado. But that also could be just clear air. But just in case that is a brief tornado, I would be watching out for this storm over here near Rossville, Hayes Crossing, and Hayes here in southwestern Tennessee. You have no shelter near Killeen. Consider leaving, but no idea which area is best or safe. For Killeen today or tomorrow, I don't really see too much of a threat for you guys. You guys are in a marginal risk today. You're in a slight risk tomorrow. But tornado chances are pretty low. Wind chances are, elevated, but not too bad. And hail chances aren't too elevated right now. Now that could change considerably as we get closer, but nothing really on the models is showing any very dangerous potential right now. But again, tomorrow's risk is really going to have to depend on what sets up after today here in the Texas area. We're going to have, a line of storms in Texas, eventually kind of move down. Let me get our latest HRRR run. Eventually move down into Dallas. Wherever that outflow boundary sets up is going to be important. If it goes past Killeen tomorrow, might not see as bad as severe weather. That is certainly possible if you guys are in the more stable air as we go into tomorrow. If it sets up right over Killeen and then we get another storm fire along the boundary, now that could be a little bit dangerous. So it really just depends on how today goes over there in Killeen. All right, back over here into southeastern Tennessee. Still waiting on that latest couple of scans to come in. We do have our latest velocity scans. There's our area of rotation on the storm south of Macon, continuing to push towards Moscow, Tennessee. So Moscow is going to be next in line. Storm fatigue is real. Yeah, no problem. I mean, not no problem, but yeah, I agree. Storm fatigue is a very real thing. It's a very real thing. I think everybody's feeling it at this point. I think everybody is feeling it. How's Greenville, Tennessee looking for today? Let me see. Greenville, Tennessee. You guys are over there near Nashville. Your outlook for today should be just general thunderstorms, but I wouldn't rule out some severe weather up there, honestly. Wouldn't rule it out. As you can see, we do have a marginal risk that's close to you. And we do have a line of storms that wasn't really forecasted too well developing here. If it hits any better instability, we could definitely get some severe weather further up to the north, closer to you. So just keep your eye on that potential there. Power's going off. Yeah. Yeah. Let me I think Cordova is back over here, right? Let me just check where Cordova is. I don't think it's in the warning. I'm pretty sure it's to the west of the warning. Cordova, Tennessee. Yeah, you guys did get sirens out there, but the tornado warning in the tornado portion of this storm is past you. So you guys are good to go for now. But I wouldn't rule out another round of severe weather. Also noticing a new area of circulation trying to develop over here south of Liberty Hill. That's near Whiteville, Denmark, just south of Whiteville there in Tennessee. And this is the whole line. If we zoom out, you can kind of see how it looks. So a lot of Tennessee is going to be impacted by this line. I would assume our tornado risk stays in the most southern part where we have our most instability right now. So a lot of question marks still on what this storm can do. But as far as I can tell, let me go over to the mesoscale analysis and just, yeah, I mean, there is some instability trying to build out in front of this storm right now. There is some trying to build. So, I mean, if we can get it fill all the way in, we could have a little bit more of an escalated severe risk over here near like Columbia, Tullahoma, and Chattanooga. And then also probably our biggest severe risk with the storm, at least in the short term, is going to be on our southern portion where it's just dipping into enough storm food to kind of keep these updrafts a little bit more robust, or the severe weather threat a little bit more robust. Latest scan out here, we still have a couple of broader areas of circulation, but they're not nearly as tight and concerning as they were just moments ago. But storm could definitely try to reorganize those rotations. So I still wouldn't let your guard down there in Moscow, in Lagrange, Salisbury, a little bit further to the back. Looks like Rossville actually and Macon can come out of their safe spots. The tornado warning portion of the storm is past you. Could you be worried about NATOs in eastern Alabama? Probably not. Not too much of a worry. There's a small chance out over here near like Gadsden, Oxford, and Talladega. Further down to the south, nothing. But we do have a little area where we have a 5% tornado risk out over here in western Alabama near Fayette, just south and west of Florence. Over here near Corinth, Tupelo, Columbia, Oxford, Hernando, Grenada there in Mississippi, and then over here near Pine Bluff, Brinkley, Forest City, DeWitt, Dumas there in Arkansas. So a little bit of an escalation, but we were talking about this in yesterday's video. We're kind of in severe weather surprise season, where a lot of the atmosphere is kind of dictated by the storms that are happening inside of it, rather than like a broader area of low pressure that is a lot easier to predict. And so these storms are kind of dictating their own atmosphere throughout the day, and there's some general flow above them that helps them kind of move in a certain direction. But overall, these storms are going to have a little bit of a mind of their own, which makes them hard to predict. And we will get these little surprises every now and then. And, we could get a surprise over here in Texas. Eventually, we are starting to see some storms try to fire over here near Paducah. And again, back out over here, we have a 5% chance for tornadoes and an enhanced risk. So those storms should get started by around 3 or 4, or at least should be mature by that time frame. And as you can see, they are already trying to initiate over here west of Paducah, Texas. So just got to keep an eye on those storms. We do have a little bit of an outflow boundary kind of draped down just like this. If a storm can latch onto that, move down to the southeast, that could be even a strong tornado potential back over there. Coming back over to our storm here in Tennessee, still keeping a close eye on our little areas of circulation. We still got one over here, another one over there near Moscow, still circulating, and then back over here further up to the north, maybe a new circulation trying to get started on the southern side of this storm near Laconia, heading down towards Hickory Valley. And again, all these storms are in southwestern to western Tennessee right now. On the northern portion of this storm, still not seeing any areas of super organized rotation, but still keeping an eye on the areas a little bit further up to the north. How's Little Rock looking? I think you guys are in a slight risk. Main threat's going to be damaging winds and some hail. Maybe a small chance for tornadoes in Little Rock. We got reports of power outages already. Let me check. That would be interesting. Yeah, on power outage, U.S. power outage, our poweroutage.us, we have about 4,000 people, it says, without power. So that might be lagging behind your report for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the southern portion of the storm does not have a severe thunderstorm warning on at the moment. Those power outages might indicate that we might have a little bit stronger winds. I mean, we saw it just a moment ago on our camera that was in the area. Back over in here, let's check our northern portion of the storm. Can we see anything there? What about from Parsons? Can we see the storm at all? Yeah, we might use these cameras in a little bit to look at the northern portion of the storm. And then over here near Collierville on the backside of this storm, we do have still some rain falling back there, but that's about it. We're not really expecting anything other than just a little bit of rain and some lingering thunder. No tornado from this warning in Tennessee, as far as we know. Yeah, but those reports sometimes take time to come through. So very well could have had a brief tornado there. You don't always see them on radar. There was a little bit of a suspicious debris signature not too long ago. See if I can get that up. Yeah, there was a little bit of a suspicious debris signature not too long ago. That there's definitely kind of the same possibility that was more of inflow clearing than anything. So no 100% certainty on that near New Bethel. But yeah, I mean, sometimes with these little QLCS lines, you get those brief circulations and quick tornadoes, and the radar doesn't even catch them. And it takes a while for those reports to come through. So that's why I want folks over there in Moscow, LaGrange, and Salisbury here in Tennessee to be continuing to be in their safe spots. Yeah, Moscow. Let me see where that line is. Yeah, Moscow should be past the most dangerous portion of the line, which is the leading edge of it. And also, our rotations are starting to die off a little bit here. We still have a tiny bit of rotation there, but again, it seems like the stronger rotations, at least in this area, are subsiding a little bit. We'll see if it'll try to come back with a resurgence of rotation or not. Still worth monitoring and being in your safe spots if you live in LaGrange and Salisbury here in southwestern Tennessee. Really didn't seem that bad when I went through Ripley, Tennessee. Let me see where Ripley is. Ripley, TN. Yeah, you're a little bit further up to the north, which is definitely a weaker portion of the storm. And there goes our tornado warning. So our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And I don't even think we have severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Do we? Like anywhere? No, we don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. For some reason, my OBS is not connecting. Let me see. What's going on here? So it should be like that, I think. There we go. And then we got to bring up the blue overlay. It's been a while since we've used the blue overlay. Yeah, I still wouldn't let your guard down over here in Tennessee, though. Just because, these little brief spin-ups could come back over here near Bolivar, Bethel Springs, and Selmer. But since we have a little bit of time, let's go over our forecast out there for the rest of the day. So everybody, because, again, this might not be the only round for the Tennessee area. So let's going to come back over to our latest model run. We'll go over to the 12Z, and then we'll bring up our severe weather risk for today. Just kind of talk about generally what we're expecting today. So as you can see, this storm that came over here into Jackson is kind of not modeled too well. By 2 p.m., we should have had a line of storms come through, but with this latest push with that last storm, it's kind of making me thinking that the atmosphere may be a little bit too stable over there in like near the Jackson area for any significant severe weather. But I do think as long as we still get enough convection back over here in northern Arkansas by around 4 p.m., maybe as early as like 2 or 3 p.m., and then that moves down into areas like Memphis, Pine Bluff. I do think that there should technically still be enough instability out here. That storm isn't really impacting this enhanced risk right now, meaning that we probably are still going to see a pretty decent warm sector out over near Memphis, Tupelo, and Fayette. Thank you, Hannah, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. Yeah. We'll talk about that in just a minute, Hannah. And thank you, Rebel, for the 2. Thank you so much. Woodward, Oklahoma, Tennessee. What? Woodward, Oklahoma. Oh, tonight. You're saying 2 states. Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a second, guys. Let me get this. Let me talk about this. Well, actually, I think I know where Woodward. Yeah, Woodward's up here. Risk is pretty minimal. Might see some storms by around 1 a.m. tonight. And then over here near Hannah, your risk is mainly going to be damaging winds over there. So, it's up to you. I don't think they're going to be like super elevated damaging winds. You're just outside that slight risk, and you can see our MCS that's supposed to form should be in the process of dying as it moves through, but it could still have some gustier winds in there. So 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts can't be ruled out. Maybe a small QLCS tornado threat. But yeah, over here near Memphis and Tupelo, another round could be possible as we move into 6, 7, 8 p.m. This mainly going to be damaging winds with that QLCS tornado threat. Maybe, if we have strong enough wind shear out here, maybe some prefrontal supercells and tornadoes could be possible over here near Florence, south and west of Huntsville. Got to keep an eye on that as we go into around 8, 9 p.m., 11 p.m. You see the storm is still ongoing, but it starts to weaken as we go into 12 p.m. Over here, but we could still see some thunderstorms and some damaging winds as far south as Jackson going into Montgomery, and you can see like another round of some severe weather might be gearing up for the next day out here in the southeast if it can hold together. But currently models don't say it can, but again, wouldn't rule out a couple more surprises. That's all I got to say about this weather event. Further back over here into the Oklahoma, Texas region, we are watching for some initiation out here. Should be starting now and continuing all the way into the nighttime. But yeah, we are already seeing some signs of initiation. The storm that is trying to initiate out there right now is going to be our first major tornado threat of the day, and maybe the only tornado threat of the day, depending on how some of these storms act. Over here near Oklahoma City, these should mainly be elevated damaging wind and large to very large hail producers, as those are going to be north of our boundary. So that means they're going to be elevated. It's going to be really hard for them to produce tornadoes up there. But further down to the south, this storm could ride that outflow boundary before getting eaten up by this MCS. And if it really does fire in time here and fully mature, wouldn't even rule out a conditional chance here for a significant tornado near Memphis and Childress there in Texas. Eventually, that storm becomes a little bit more outflow dominated as it interacts with our main line of storms over here near Lubbock. And eventually that turns into more of an MCS as we move into Altus, Vernon, Abilene, eventually into the Wichita Falls area as well. And then that pushes into McKinney and Dallas by the time we get to around 1 a.m. So line starts over here near Lubbock at 7 p.m. By 10 p.m. is near Abilene, Wichita Falls by 11 p.m., and then Dallas by 1 a.m. So definitely a line to keep an eye on. Maybe some brief tornadoes could be possible within this line, but our main tornado risk of the day is going to come from this guy right here, and whether or not it can latch onto that outflow boundary or not. If it doesn't latch onto the outflow boundary, it's mainly going to be an elevated hail risk. And in fact, it won't really have that long, maybe 2 to 3 hours to mature and latch onto that boundary, because it does seem like the flow that is introduced here from this kind of smaller low pressure system, our mesocyclone, is going to lift that storm off to the north of that boundary, kind of push it out of the way. So it will have an isolated time here to produce. But once that once that line approaches it, shimmies it off to the north, we're mainly going to transition into a damaging wind threat and maybe even, that potential for some significant damaging winds of 70 to 80 mile per hour winds as this goes through Abilene, Wichita Falls, and Dallas. So we got to watch out for that. Also, back over here as we go into the nighttime hours, after this first round of storms here in Arkansas is done and that MCS develops over there to northern Mississippi and Alabama, we're going to have a couple of thunderstorms, pop up over here near Tahlequah, Fort Smith, and Conway. For the most part, these shouldn't be much of an issue. Wouldn't rule out a brief spin up chance with these guys, given the fact that eventually some of these storms will be approached by a little bit better kinematics as this low pressure system kind of is spinning the atmosphere out in front of it. There is a little bit of a boundary here too, but most of these storms should remain north of that boundary, meaning that there should mainly be some elevated hailers and some damaging winds here in southeastern Oklahoma coming into central Arkansas before it really starts to fall apart as we go into the nighttime hours. And as we move into tomorrow, you can see that this little low pressure system kind of stalls, kind of dies off, and then we see some even more MCS activity and some lines of storms try to develop down here into southeast Texas, mainly being a damaging wind threat with maybe a small potential there for some hail as we go into tomorrow morning, believe it or not. So definitely an interesting day out there for a lot of folks. So definitely make sure that you guys are weather aware, and we'll be here to cover it all day, keeping an eye on this storm back over here near Paducah. As you can see, we still have some initiation happening. That's going to be that storm that we were just talking about. That is very close to this outflow boundary. If it can get its act together and mature, this is going to be our first tornado threat and probably our highest tornado threat of the day, depending on when it matures and whether or not it can latch onto that boundary or not. Back over near like Denver, we are watching for the potential for like one storm to fire up here and maybe become tornadic due to the fact that we do have some mountains out here that kind of creates a local vorticity maximum that usually sets up over here. You get a storm move off the mountains, it can tap into that and sometimes produce tornadoes there or land spouts. So keep an eye on that over there near Denver. Back over here in Arkansas, we are monitoring the progress of these storms right now. So far, they are staying in some of our less favorable instability. Some of the HRRR models were saying, or some of our higher resolution models were saying that we should see a little bit more convective activity a little bit further to the south, more into our warm sector, which is sitting out over in this region. So far, we haven't seen that. But we do have some storms trying to cluster and fire up over here near Russellville, just to the south and east of Choctaw Nation for now. So a lot of little things to watch out for today. And also we got this line of storms back over here in Tennessee that has a small tornado threat, as we just saw with our first tornado warning of the day. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be doing all day, is just monitoring these different threats. And seeing what actually ends up happening, because the main deal out there is going to be, kind of I think the main subject or the main theme of today is going to be uncertainty, as in, like, you're probably going to hear me say a lot of times, I'm not sure. But sometimes we will be more certain than others, and that's kind of how the severe weather goes as we move into June. These smaller scale interactions, they can't really be monitored too well with our high resolution weather models, and so it's not too helpful. So it's best to just kind of monitor it throughout the day to see what happens. All right, so that's that, and that is that. But for now, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's my opinion on everything. No, there's probably a lot. Opting to say hello. The nausea is real. Wait, with the overlay, or do you have nausea from something else? Really? Hmm. Well, I do not understand that. I am sorry. No, you don't have to keep trying if you're feeling nauseous. I understand. But I hate to see you go. And thank you, Steve, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys get a membership from Steve, make sure you guys are thanking him in the chat. What tornado risk you like more? I don't like any of the tornado risks. I'm not a fan of tornado risk, but which ones? I think I understand your question is, which ones do I think is more favorable? I think our most favorable chances for tornadoes is going to be over here near this outflow boundary, but things can go wrong. If we do get that MCS that actually forms over here near Arkansas, could be some favorable tornado chances there as well. It's just, it's a pretty unpredictable environment. Who knows? Maybe this is our only tornado threat of the day. Looks like Raymer in line. Wait, trying to learn the WeatherWise app. It looks like Selma, Raymer in line, as well as Corinth, Mississippi. Yeah, Selmer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, just press the play button here on WeatherWise. You watch the direction of the storms that are going, and then if your area, so you're right. Raymer, Corinth, and Selmer are in the line of this line of storms. As of right now, not severe warned. Not severe warned at the moment. Let's go see if we can go peek at this storm with one of our cameras out over here in the Tennessee area. We are getting closer to this camera, so we might eventually see something here. How does someone get nausea from an overlay? Apparently we have unintentionally tapped into a psychological phenomenon with our overlay. I still don't personally understand it too much, but it's something to do with perspective and movement. Yeah, vertigo, I think, is what it causes. But, it is definitely a real problem. I mean, Christine has been watching my stream for over a year or 2 years, right? And so it's it's a little bit frustrating to me that it's causing vertigo, and so it's that kind of thing that makes me heavily consider changing it. Yeah, I think I do see a little bit of that shelf cloud off here to the left. We might see a storm here in a little bit. As that there seemed to be a little bit of haziness the further you go out in the atmosphere, but as it gets closer, we should be able to see it. It is not vertigo. Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know it's causing it for sure. Which is the polygon. Something about this polygon does something to the brain. All right, listen, we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning out over here in Tennessee. That's going to be up here near Brewston, Camden, Clarksburg, Lexington, Parsons, and Decaturville. That's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds. So, guys, need to make sure that you are indoors and away from windows out here. This is over in Western Tennessee. Christine, if you're still here, does it get worse if I move the map a bunch? And does it subside when it's more still? Maybe if I move things a little bit slower, which is totally possible. I do have the tendency of doing this. On stream, kind of like crazy, freaking going crazy. When there's a lot of threats, like a lot of tornado warnings, we're going like this. Them zooming out, zooming in, coming over here, clicking on a button, zooming in again, switching between velocities, reflectivity, correlation coefficient. That might not help that much. Why can you not hear me? Probably because your volume is muted. Probably turn up your volume. But if you can't hear me, then that advice will not get to you. So I don't know what to say. Go faster. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing because, like, Like, I need an overlay where everybody can be somewhat happy. Happy, right? So we can try. We'll try putting this up like this. Hold on, let me while we're in a severe thunderstorm warning here. That's not what did I do? And we'll just see how people react to it. If it's really that bad to have a square rather than a polygon. There's that. Filters. Chroma key. Okay. And then it should go to that. Why is it not working? And I gotta take this off? No. This off? No. That off. And that off. And then change this to less of a chroma key. Like that. This would technically be the alternative. Which, if you play the video, it does technically still have the polygon in it. Look at that. It just transitions. I don't know. All right, let's come back over here and check in on our storms. Yeah, still not seeing any new dangerous areas of rotation yet. Yeah, apparently a rectangle is just better than a polygon. Although I really like the polygon. Rotation Jasper. Rotation Jasper. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Is that Jasper, Tennessee? It's just saying the city does not help, by the way. Well, okay, well, it's definitely not Jasper, Tennessee. Yeah, no idea what you're talking about. Over here with this line of storms, not seeing any rotation that is scary at the moment or is worthwhile of a tornado warning. You like polygons, yeah. Add the short side behind me. I mean, that's not gonna fix it. Not gonna fix it. I mean, as you can see, this does not affect. I think it doesn't affect like 90% of people. 95% of people do not get any nausea. But there is like a weird phenomenon with the polygon where it affects about 5% of people and they get nauseous. Tornado warning in Georgia? No, there is no tornado warning in Georgia. Wait, maybe. What? Where? Oh, never mind. That's why. I think I turned off the warning button, or either my warning system freaked. My warning system might be freaking out because my background to make the shadow is default always going to show tornado warning in Georgia. Let me see if I can fix that. Why did it go down? Is the question. Oh, that's why. That's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be right there. There we go. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah. So when I was trying to move and change my my overlay, I accidentally moved the warning box down to where it was hidden by this thing. So the purpose of this kind of background thing is this is an image, and I put a drop shadow on the image. So when my actual active warning overlay is present, it looks like it has a shadow because you can't add shadows on OBS. Yeah, no tornado warning in Georgia. Mm, 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 mm. All right, let's come check back in with our latest update here. Yeah, still a severe thunderstorm warning out here with that 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. Moving into Lexington and Parson. Let's come back and get another view of this storm. It should be close enough now to maybe see a shelf cloud. Yeah, you can start to see the base of the thunderstorm. Look at that. How do I get the thing on the bottom? It's a custom program. I just need a plug-in for OBS. What do you mean? Program do I use for my overlays? I create them all. Custom on Photoshop. I need to look at the supercells in Germany. It's the first time anybody has put that sentence in my chat. The heck's going on in Germany? I don't see no supercells. Probably not looking in the right area. We'll just keep clicking until we see some supercells. Germany down here. First, I need to understand where Germany is. Yeah, it's up here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing any supercells in Germany, but I don't know the difference between Germany radar and the United States radar. As far as I can tell, I don't see any supercells. I see storms for sure. Not any storms though with any rotation on it, which usually a supercell is a storm with a rotating updraft. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, glad to hear that, Blondie. There's a line in northeast Germany. It's been dying out, but it was pretty healthy earlier with some couplets. Oh, interesting. What time is it in Germany? Is your daytime heating going away? Probably. High shear, low cape. Ah. What radar am I using? This is WeatherWise radar. Oh, all right. We're going to full screen this camera. That shelf cloud is coming in. We'll see how it looks. Storm's not super strong, but maybe there's a nice little shelf cloud back behind that haze. It's surprisingly long-lived line. Yeah, I mean, if you have strong enough shear, you can get down to even 200 joules per kilogram. If you have like 70 knots of lower level shear, or like even just like 50 knots, even in a really low cape environment, you could still get a couple of spin ups. This town is a ghost town. Kind of, yeah. To be honest, I mean, I do see some people there, but it is the weekend, and this is more like the downtown area, right? Isn't it Sunday? Pretty sure it's Sunday. I always lose track of the days. It might be Monday. No, it's Sunday. People are probably at church or hanging out with family. It was Memorial Day weekend, so there's a lot more family activities. This place could be more active. It just doesn't appear so. Yeah, I use OBS for my streams. Yeah. What about Alabama today? The main threat over in the Alabama region is going to be Western Alabama, where we do have an enhanced risk for severe weather. That's going to be over there near Florence, Moulton, Fayette, just west of Birmingham near Tuscaloosa as well. That won't happen until a little bit later. in the day. We are monitoring the progress of this line of storms. This should eventually form into a dangerous MCS. With some elevated potential for some damaging winds. But right now, most of our storms are staying in the elevated area of our boundary. If you want to check back in on these storms, see how they're doing over here near Paducah and Childress, still not getting their act together. You can actually see that outflow boundary pretty clearly over there near Plainview and Floyd data. People are barbecuing. Yeah, people are barbecuing, celebrating Memorial Day, and probably at a beach or either at a beach or a pool, or in the backyard, or just chilling at the casa. I don't think any of our storm chasers go live until later. Well, never mind. We got Storm Runner Media already live. That's nice. They're live early. There we go. Got a storm chaser. They're over there in Wellington, Texas, waiting for those storms to get started. Yeah, all my parents and neighbors are okay. The tornado that came through close to where I live, down over here, it dissipated well before it went into Huntsville. We might have had a brief tornado after that, though. I haven't really looked too much into the damage assessment reports. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, everybody. Right now, we were tracking a tornado warning earlier, just west or just east of Memphis, but that has since dissipated. And now we're tracking a line of storms here. This is our only severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, we got another one in Georgia, back over here near Hilton Head, Tybee Island as well. Here in Georgia, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible as that moves towards Tybee Island. Actually got little area of rotation over here near Marshwood Landing. It's kind of weak, but the good news is it should be entering into a pretty unpopulated region here shortly. But yeah, watch out over there. Some severe winds are possible with some 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe even some hail close to an inch or close to quarter sized. Yeah, there is blips near Lubbock. Yeah, we're watching these blips out here. These are supposed to. Oh wow, hold on. Before we talk about that, let's go look at our shelf cloud. This is the storm. If we come over here to our radar, you can see this is our severe storm that's coming in. Let's look at this view. Here's another view of that shelf cloud. I think that's more. Yeah, this one appears a little bit more of a Boeing segment, so we'll probably keep an eye on this. But that is the leading edge of our severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. Yeah, those blips over there are trying to get started. Those should turn into the storm of the day. These models are right. Yeah, once this shelf cloud gets pretty close, it should look a lot more interesting. Still probably not getting the full detail of the shelf cloud, or maybe we are. Yes, Athens, Alabama will eventually be in the path of some storms today. That threat, though, really depends. We come over here to our models. Really depends on these storms over here forming into more of a MCS, which should happen. But regardless, there should be some severe thunderstorms back over here near Florence. Those could come pretty close to Athens. They're probably around like 5 to 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the main threat sinks south of northern Alabama. More moves into like southern, central Alabama, also near Meridian and Montgomery throughout the day. Yeah, as you can see, we do have a lot of storms trying to convect out over here near Matador and Roaring Springs, and these should eventually turn into the storms we're really going to have to watch mainly today. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm now for the southern portion of our line for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading down towards Savannah, Tennessee. Bring that camera back up. There's a suspected brief tornado damage in Arlington, Tennessee to the roof of a school and a tornado shelter. Interesting. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there was rotation with those southern storms earlier. And this is what the severe thunderstorm looks like in the Tennessee area, and you can see there is the leading edge of the storm. Now, as it approaches, this will pass over us, and then the damaging winds, the potential 60-mile-per-hour winds, will be on the backside of this storm. See where Arlington, Tennessee is, though. I am curious. Arlington, Tennessee. It's back up over there. Interesting. Let's bring our radar scan 50 scans back. Just go and oh yeah, there was a little hook with maybe even some debris there near like Chester Street. That was at before 214 there. Let me check correlation coefficient for that time frame. Man, that might have been debris like right over here near Chester Street. Playground of Dreams over there. Is this the elementary school? Could just be clearing. This might be the debris signature over here as well, too, though. Definitely an interesting signature. Wouldn't rule out that being a brief tornado. Let me look at the velocities there as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was probably that little more southern signature. If that was a tornado, probably would have come more close to like Milton Wilson Boulevard. Maybe starting like over here near Chester Street. Yeah, that was the circulation that eventually got warned. So I wonder if that report of damage was the thing that initiated that tornado warning. Interesting. Very interesting. Hopefully it wasn't a tornado, but it sounds like we do have some pretty decent damage already. So that is not good. Back over to our severe thunderstorm warned storm here in Tennessee. This portion of the storm is moving towards Parsons and Perryville, Decaturville. Need to be indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a really good understanding of what this storm is doing by our camera that is here. The other side definitely hit the best shear. Multiple, yeah, a lot of little circulations developed there. I wouldn't be surprised with maybe even a couple other weaker tornadoes being confirmed. They weren't the strongest rotations, but when you get a lot of little circulations like that, that's an indication that you're coming coming more into a QLCS tornado threat. So a couple of brief tornadoes might have happened in that small time frame. Hey, Katie, welcome. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we were monitoring some tornadic activity just moments ago, but now this line has transitioned more into a damaging wind threat for the time being. One thing that's interesting me about this line of storms is that it does most likely have an outflow boundary that extends all the way down into this region. So we might have to watch for storms forming along this outflow boundary for a tornado threat. And also, question marks now, a little bit bigger question marks exist for these storms back over here actually transitioning into more of a damaging wind threat. That might keep the damaging wind threat a little bit more at bay. The big question marks there. It does seem like some stable air might be pushing a little bit further to the south of Memphis. This could actually be the main severe threat for the Tennessee Valley today if this continues like it is. But as of right now, the areas that need to be indoors and away from windows for these 60-mile-per-hour winds, it's going to be Parsons, Decaturville, and Savannah. And then back over here, up a little bit further up to the north near Sugar Tree, Tennessee. Does seem like they might be extending this northern portion of the line as a special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds. So they might be allowing that northern severe thunderstorm warning to expire. But we'll see. We'll see if this storm still has some severe winds here shortly. As you can see, the line of storms is approaching this camera. And we should get a good judge of the wind. What about Tennessee? That's who we've been talking about. This storm is in Tennessee, and it'll likely go through most of central and southern Tennessee throughout the day, depending on how long it stays going for. If we do get enough, instability to build out in front of this storm, which is kind of happening as we speak, like over there near like the Nashville area, northern Alabama, and southern Tennessee might see some increased severe potential with this storm as long as the cold pool doesn't surge too far out in front of this main line. A little interesting area back here in the storm. Even got some little striations here on our leading edge of this storm as well. And after this main thing comes through here, the rain will be on the backside, and so will that wind. So watch these trees as well to see just how strong those winds are. Headed up to Little Rock, Arkansas. Weather update. Definitely some potential there for severe weather, but questions are beginning to build on just how severe it will be for Little Rock, given the fact that our boundary seems to be a little bit further to the south. What portion of Alma, Arkansas? Like, what portion of Arkansas is that in? And thank you, Texas, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome. Oh, yeah, you can see the trees moving already in the background there. They're starting to sway. Right over here is where I'm looking. The Tennessee QLCS damaging winds and the are the primary concern. Yeah, it should be. Wouldn't rule out the storm trying to become more tornadic as it moves a little bit deeper into Tennessee if we do get that instability really build in and that cold pool start to get outrun by some of these storms. All right, wind is starting to pick up. We're gonna stick here with this camera view for the time being. I just want to see how strong the winds are inside of this. If this portion of the line will either get a downgrade or an upgrade here in the short term, because it is severe warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. So I want to see if we're still getting those kind of winds in the storm. Where is this camera view? This camera view is in Parsons, Tennessee, right on the leading edge of a severe warned storm here in Tennessee, which we'll talk about a little bit more in detail, but I just want to monitor the winds here as it comes to this camera really quick. Can we access these cameras? I mean, if you pay for Radar Mega, I think you can access these cameras. But it's in the WeatherWise app. It's paywalled. Okay, definitely some heavy rain coming in. The strongest core of the winds really aren't on the leading edge, it seems. So let's see what it's like a little bit deeper into the storm. If it's just like a lot of heavy rain and not a whole lot of wind, they might downgrade this to a special weather statement. We'll see. Yeah, we'll go check that out in just a little bit, Capybara. Just want to see how strong these winds are. I mean, as far as I can tell, this should be some of the heaviest rain. Trees don't appear to be moving too much as far as I can tell. Kind of definitely seems more like a heavy downpour. So that helps. That's over here near Parsons. I mean, this is really our only area that really truly still has a Boeing segment to it, but they did just extend it here for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Lobbleville, Linden, Waynesboro, Hohenwald, and Centerville. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Let's go check back over here near Oklahoma, where we have a storm trying to develop out over here. This is now tagged for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Rough, Fitz Hall. All need to be indoors and away from windows there. Definitely a dangerous hailstorm. 2-inch hail is nothing to mess around with. It will be loud, and it will try to cause some damage. Lubbock, Texas, sure. Yeah, our storm over here near Lubbock, Texas is trying to get its act together. Let me see how close Stormwater Media is. Let's listen into them for a little bit and see if they're talking about their plan at all.
Complain if that thing kind of sat, but if it would move a little east, I wouldn't complain. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of in that road hole regardless.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't move like really far south. I just want it to move south because then it's actively working away from me.
Is it trying to pull that boundary, man?
It's been trying for a while to pull it up with it.
Yeah, that's definitely
So they're over here near Childress, Texas. I think they're just getting to Childress. So they're like right over here near Childress. Now let me turn that transition off there. What's that? Okay. So they're over here near Childress. They're traveling down to the south, most likely towards Paducah. They're talking about this storm down here and how it is. Let me change this real quick. And how it's trying to pull on this outflow boundary. You see our first initial attempt kind of died off there. We have another attempt trying to happen over here north of Matador, Texas. That is definitely building in strength as of our latest scans. Let's go check our echo tops for this. Oh, wow. That's a healthy storm. 53,000 foot echo tops there. Definitely a candidate for our most dominant storm. Let's see how high those echo tops or how high the thunderstorm got on our first attempt. It didn't really sustain those higher echo tops like this one is. So this one could be a good candidate here. And what they're talking about is this storm might be trying to pull that outflow boundary into its inflow. I'm not really seeing much of an indication for that just yet, but that's one of the things that we're watching out for. These storms forming over here near Matador, Texas, latching onto the outflow boundary. If they can do that, along that outflow boundary is a lot more vorticity and spin. And if you can get a storm latch onto that, you can get a significant tornado pretty easily in that kind of environment. Is that the Dominator? No, that's not the Dominator. That's the Tiv. That's the Tiv 2. Look at that. That is the Dominator from Temu. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You know, actually, you could make the argument that that thing right there is also just as equally equipped to handle strong tornadoes as the Dominator. But I think it gets a lot of hate because it's not Reed Timmer. But they do good work. They do good work. Little update over here on this storm over here near Sulphur, Oklahoma. Still have some potential 2-inch hail. Why did that switch back to 30 scans? I want 15 scans. Thank you very much. Yeah, still keeping an eye on this storm. This one could, I don't think this one's going to have much tornadic potential. Let me see. It should be north of the boundary out here. Yeah, it is north. And actually, it's just south of the of our boundary right now. So this might have a little bit of tornadic potential. Let me see what our storm relative helicity is like in this area. Yeah, not a whole lot of spin. Surface vorticity. There is some surface vorticity. I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado with this storm, but stronger tornadic potential should really be back. Should really build eventually in this area over here near Plainview and Lubbock. Let's come back over here and check in on our severe weather. Yeah, they're definitely keeping this as a special weather statement on the northern portion of this storm. Next in line, though, for our severe weather here in Tennessee is going to be Linden, Clifton, Waynesboro, Hohenwald still, and then back over here into Georgia. We're still monitoring this storm near Tybee Island with 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think that's about to push into Tybee Island here shortly. Might go just south of Hilton Head with the worst of it. We are also getting some building thunderstorms further to the south near Darren and Brunswick. So be expecting some thunder and lightning there, and wouldn't rule out a couple of severe thunderstorms along the coastal regions, the eastern coast of Florida down there as well. Being a tornado threat here. I don't know, Winnie. What state are you in? Maybe something spinning near Crescent Beach, Florida. There's Crescent Beach. Crescent Beach, Florida. It's this one. This is anticyclonic, I believe. Technically a little area of rotation there. Yeah. This right here would be the spin Help is probably talking about, heading towards Cedar Landing. Worth keeping an eye on it. Let me see if we can get a camera near there. It's technically possible. We could find a little Florida cam there. South of St. Augustine. Just north of the Palm Coast. Finding this little. Oh, yeah. Wow. Okay. We do have a little decent view out over here. Look at that. There's your storm in Florida. As you can see, there might be a little bit of something happening there on the right side of the screen. Have more evidence of rotation earlier. Yeah, it kind of seems like there might be a little bit of somewhat of a wall cloud back there, or a little bit of a lowering, but that should be where that rotation is too. It should be just on the right side of this highway. This camera is looking north, so that would be this storm over here. There is a little bit of rotation here. Let me see what it looked like earlier. Yeah, it definitely was a little bit stronger earlier. Yeah, it seems like we might be setting up here for your classic brief eastern Florida tornado environment. Maybe I have to keep an eye on that. Wouldn't rule out a spin up down there as those storms interact with the coastal winds. Let me turn off global mode. I think that's going to help a little bit with the my preferences, no, map settings. There we go. Does that help at all? It's still kind of weird looking. Oh well. Nothing we can do about it during this stream. Liked already? Thank you so much for liking. All right, let's see if we can get another view of these storms. These storms in Tennessee. This one might have our next view. Maybe this one. This one's like the only one that's near severe storm, and I don't think it's facing the right way. I was Macon in Georgia looking. I don't think you guys have much of a risk. Yeah, you're in a little bit of a marginal risk for severe weather. And let me pull up our models on Radar Omega and just see when that arrives. Looks like that's going to be like really, really early in the morning, like by around 5 to 6 a.m. if these storms are still going. But it does seem like our latest model runs are saying that the storms will kind of die down. About Hoover, Alabama, kind of the same thing. Potential for, a little, definitely higher potential that the storms are still going by the time they get to you. Sometime around like 10 to 11 p.m. there for the Hoover, Alabama area here in Birmingham. Main threat's going to be damaging winds with those. Should be a pretty low tornado potential. Let's come check back over here into Oklahoma. Oh, wow. We actually have in Texas our first severe thunderstorm warning, at least in our main area of concern, over here near Matador, Roaring Springs. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with this storm. Still hasn't really gotten started yet, but it is in the process of maturing. Definitely no rotation yet, but what we're watching for is this portion of the storm to kind of surge and then latch in over here. So to see some reds and yellow follow along in this direction. Hello, Nico. Welcome. Should it be bad? No. I mean, there's definitely a line of winds that are going to be coming in through the northwest Georgia area, but it's not going to be anything like too intense. Marginal at best. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Hanging in there. Feeling pretty good. Got a nice little break. Got some golf in. Been nice and relaxed for the last couple of days.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued out over here in Arkansas, Mississippi, and parts of Tennessee. That's going to be for Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Hot Springs, Camden, El Dorado, McGee, DeWitt, Helena, Mena, Russellville, Searcy, and everywhere in between there. And that's going to be for this line of storms that does seem to be slowly pushing a little bit further south into that better instability. Chances of tornadoes will be possible. Damaging winds, though, should be the main threat. But yeah, these storms are getting going over here near the Fort Smith area, and that will eventually move into Hot Springs, Little Rock, and Pine Bluff later on. And then after that, into northern Mississippi and southern Tennessee here. Is a beautiful view of the sky. Yes, I agree. That would be this view here. This is in Florida. In Florida, near the Palm Coast, we have a storm out here that did have a little bit of rotation. Let me see if there's like a more zoomed out view of that storm at all. Yeah, this is definitely appears to be our best view. It is kind of moving away from the camera, but you can still see there's a little mesocyclone on this thing. Back over here on the right side of the screen. There any tornadoes? Not right now. We had a tornado warning earlier, and potentially a brief tornado in Arlington, Tennessee. Potentially a little brief NATO over there. Got reports of a damage to an elementary or to a school, and yeah. Thank you, Scott and Marcel, for subscribing. Here in Little Rock today, thought about heading back to Fort Worth. You might be able to make it before things really get started. It shouldn't get bad over there in Fort Worth and Dallas until like later on the night. Yeah. I mean, if you left Little Rock right now, you'd make it before the storms got there. Shouldn't be much prefrontal storms. Main thing, though, you'll be battling with this line of storms, though, that eventually kind of sinks down. So your biggest chance of hitting severe weather, if you do make that drive, is going to be from Little Rock to about Texarkana. But once you get south of, Hot Springs into like Hope and Texarkana, you should be clear all the way to Dallas. So technically, you could make it. But these storms over here, these would be your main threat there for some pop-up severe thunderstorms there. Hi, Cowboy. Thank you for tuning in. Looks spicy north of here. Where are you at? Woodward, Oklahoma, north of the boundary. Yeah, you guys will be good for today. Main threats are going to be some of these little supercells that can fire up over here near like Ada and Wilburton for a hail threat, predominantly 1.75 inch hail heading into Roth. And then these storms that will eventually pop up over here. I am starting to see this storm reach a little bit. It is reaching for the boundary just a tad bit more than it was here in Texas. We will have a view on this storm shortly. We've got Storm Owner Media heading down to the south out of Childress. Not sure if they've made it to Paducah yet. Let's go check in on their progress. Yeah, they haven't made it to Paducah yet. But you can kind of see the storm off in the distance. At least it's Anvil. So hopefully they get there before this storm starts to become a tornadic problem, and we can get a view of this storm here in Texas. Texarkana, okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys should be dodging bullets for the most part today. The storm threat over here near Arkansas should stay to your north. Maybe like a pop-up thunderstorm or two is possible by 6. Maybe by 10 p.m. you might get something.
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
A new severe thunderstorm watch might have been issued, or that could just be another statement released. Yeah, that's nothing new. For Virginia, not really talking about much for severe weather. As you can see in our outlooks, all of it stays to your south over the next couple of days. We mainly just got some general flow out in this area. So we're going to continue to see these little mesoscale environments happen in our high cape, low shear environment. And that should stay south of Virginia. Not even any potential thunderstorms over there. What is that? Honestly, that kind of looks like a tube trying to develop. But let me check on radar. Yeah, there's like no dangerous rotation. Well, there's a little rotation where this camera's looking at, but not enough to support a funnel, I don't think. That's probably just the shadows making that look a little tube-like. Like an optical funnel illusion. That's this storm over here near south of St. Augustine Beach, north of Palm Coast. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado here on the eastern coast of Florida. Look, we do have some of those onshore winds trying to aid in some rotation, but so far so good out here. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning not too long ago. Back over here near Georgia, still watching these storms. This one's moving on into a much unpopulated area, 60-mile-per-hour winds still on that. And Hilton Head still needs to be indoors and away from windows with this storm that might have just expired. The severe thunderstorm warning might have just expired there. Back over here in Tennessee, our line is now moving through Linden and Clifton. Next in line is going to be Waynesboro and Hohenwald. Still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's top right now. Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like Nashville is going to get some severe weather, or at least some thunderstorms. At the very least, some thunderstorms. At the very most, some marginal severe weather. This line shouldn't be our main event of the day. I can see in a brief intensification in this region as we do have some instability building here. Kind of just out in front of these storms. So I can see this try to intensify or stay severe until it gets to about here. And these storms should be the main storms for the southeast today. As this continues to create a cold pool, that cold pool will eventually surge and turn it more into an MCS.
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Their new severe thunderstorm watch has been implemented. Anything new that I'm seeing? It must be just another statement about these ones. Let's come back over to here. And the storm is, you can see it's reaching. It's reaching for that boundary. And you can even see the boundary start to meander now into the storm in Texas. This is what the storm looks like from afar from Storm Runner Media. Let's listen into what they're saying. Maybe they're talking about it. Storm chasers gloating about doing the speed limit? That's a new one. Usually it's the opposite. Man, you can definitely see there's a storm. Pretty mature storm back there. This could be where we get our first tornado of the day. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, you can see it is trying to latch on a little bit to the boundary there. Also got that supercellular shape. Not a whole lot of rotation on it yet, but definitely a storm to keep an eye on. Back over here near Sulphur, Oklahoma. I actually have a little bit of a supercell trying to develop here as well. Little tiny area of rotation there just to the west of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Surprisingly enough. Might have to keep an eye on this guy. Still warm for some golf balls and 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Thank you, Nico, for subscribing. SMH.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Keep getting these dang severe thunderstorm watch alerts, and I'm not seeing any new severe thunderstorm watches up here. Let me check the severe T-storm. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. They must be just super delayed, the alerts. Not on my system, but it must be delayed from the NWS's side. Suddenly got chilly here in North OKC. Is that good? Yes. That is good. That is an indication that you are north of the boundary. They keep issuing them for some reason. It's not the warning system. Yeah. It happens sometimes. Yeah, latest scan has come in here. Looks like our storm is now past Linden. Still not seeing any new areas of stronger rotation. But if you live over here near Waynesboro, I would still continue to be indoors and away from windows, and then also over here near Hohenwald as well. Still keeping an eye on the potential here for some brief QLCS tornadoes. Still technically not impossible. Check back over here in our Florida storm. Man, the storm continues to look awesome from our camera. Definitely a cool little view of that storm. And they are getting closer. They're almost there. We should have a good view on that Texas storm here shortly. Because again, this storm back over here should be our main threat for today. As long as it can latch onto that outflow boundary, which it looks like it's trying to do. We'll see what it can accomplish here. You know, Matador, Roaring Springs, I'd be pretty aware as this storm continues to build in strength. So we just got a new update. Now we're talking about ping pong ball sized hail in this storm. Our storm for now is pretty stationary. It really hasn't moved at all. I mean, look at that. It's actually pretty astonishing. It is literally moving. Let's see what their speeds are on this storm. It can't be more than like 5 miles per hour. Okay, they're just saying it's nearly stationary. They don't even have a miles per hour on it. There's so much potential. Yeah, there's a lot of potential with this storm if it can mature. Definitely a dangerous storm for sure. Back over here, I do want to check back in. Yeah, looks like that little area of circulation here west of Sulphur in Oklahoma has dissipated, but still worth keeping an eye on the storm, especially for that hail threat. And back over here near Arkansas, still a lot of storms over here, but not expecting that cold pool to surge until later on today. Should surge, at its most significant surge should happen just past Little Rock, according to our latest models, but it could happen a little bit earlier if there's a little bit more moisture back up in here than is anticipated. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome. 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 And welcome. Hopefully everybody is having a good Sunday so far. Mine has been quite relaxing. All right, latest scan out here, 60 mile per hour winds are still expected over here near, are now expected, for Collinwood, Lawrenceburg, Mount Pleasant, and Columbia. Now all need to be indoors and away from windows on our storm here in Tennessee. Looks like it might not be long before we start to see some severe warnings creep into the northern Alabama area. Talking like areas like Athens and Hazel Green, maybe as far south as Huntsville. Love the overlay. I'm glad you like it. I still have mixed feelings. The prospect of our overlay making some of our like long-term viewers like actually sick It definitely makes me want to change it. I'm wondering if I make the polygon maybe a little bit less polygony, but still a polygon, would make a difference. Like maybe making the angles on the left side just a little bit less intense, giving it a little bit more space on the left side, because I really do like the polygon myself. It makes me car sick. How? All right, let's do a poll. I am definitely interested to see how prevalent the sickness is. Does my overlay, does the polygon make you sick? Makes me car sick too? What? It's probably the color. No, it can't be the color. It's definitely the polygon. It's just a polygon. I didn't have any strategy on making one side larger or smaller. I just made it like look like the most common polygon shape. I don't know. 24% of people get physically ill from the polygon. It's a lot more than I thought. That's actually a problem. Physically dizzy? Why? It's such a cool idea. I spent so much time on it. Of course, it has some. Of course, we do something that has some sort of unknown psychological property to it. Because that's crazy. It actually makes people sick. It's frustrating. I don't know. I don't know what could fix it, unfortunately. Other than just going back to the dang boring rectangle like everybody else. 22% is still a pretty big amount. Like in terms of future prospects of growth, if you look into the future, if 22% of people are getting sick, that's the difference between, you know, like 100,000 subscribers in the future and 80,000 subscribers, right? And I want to reach as wide as an audience as possible. I definitely don't want to be making people sick or nauseous. Change the background color. It's not the background color. The color is not making people sick. It's the polygon. It's the angle. Something about the 3D perspective is just not a. It's just not nice to the brain, I guess. All right, let's come back over to our cameras out here. See if we can get a little sneak peek. What this storm in Tennessee is still looking like. Let's see what it looks like inside of it. Oh wow, getting a little windy. Rounded corners? No, I don't think the corners have anything to do with it. Yeah, maybe making the angle a little bit less severe. This camera's shaking a lot. I don't know if the camera has a loose connection to this pole here, but this is right on the leading edge of our severe thunderstorm. I don't see the trees moving that much, though, so I don't think the winds are actually, like, overly strong. It's not needed for anything, really. I mean, the polygon was just a cool idea. But hey, I mean, we're unique now. We're the only stream that'll make you physically ill. uh, it is frustrating though, because it's a long trend that my ideas that I think are great never actually pan out as planned. that's been a trend for way too long. Y'all should have seen my first idea before the polygon. I guess technically this one wasn't my idea, so we can all blame Judy for the polygon. It's all Judy's idea. Yeah, watch my stream for long enough, you can call out sick to work. Looks like we are getting in a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning out over here. They are pushing it down just a tad bit to the south, more towards Sulphur and Hickory here in Oklahoma with that golf ball sized hail. Do you want to check back in with our storm over here in Lubbock? And still trying to latch onto that boundary, still being a little bit unsuccessful. We shall see if it actually does it. It's definitely a stronger thunderstorm here with some golf ball sized hail, and it could potentially get some significant hail to it as well near Matador, but needs to latch onto that boundary. That is the requirement for that storm to be tornadic. Also back over here near Denver, we're still watching for an isolated supercell to develop out here as well that could bring some significant severe weather to the Denver, Colorado area. I will try to keep the movement. I think the movement of the radar is contributing to it, so I'm going to try to keep the movement as smooth as possible. And slow-mo. We'll see if that helps today. Like the ones with the river on the border? No. Yeah, I don't know what to do. It is a conundrum that will need to be solved in a members only stream after this stream. Stop it, Funkle. You know, Funkle, it's comments like that in a weak disagreement and why society is starting to crumble. It's because of people like you. So, see ya. I just don't get it. Like, there's just minor disagreement and people start throwing out major slights. It's like, dude, they're talk about it. Talk about it. Reason with it. Think about it. Don't just immediately go to hateful comments. Messed up. It's like an impatience. I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. Apparently, it could be boredom. When people get bored, they just lash out. But it's like if you have a disagreement, don't go immediately to personal attacks. You're not doing anything constructive there. Not at all. You know, talk about it, get other people's perspectives, and then try to come to a consensus and an agreement. But immediately going into it, an attack on something so subjective. Like, I get it if it's an objective thing. You know, if we're talking about whether water is the best form of hydration, and somebody is saying Coca-Cola is, yeah, okay, and then you can go, you can call somebody like that dumb, pretty quickly. There's really no logic behind them. Or maybe you could try to educate them first, but if they ignore you, then maybe just ignoring them or calling them done is fine, in my opinion. You can choose your line of attack on that. But when you're talking about something subjective like a polygon, and you have people genuinely, giving their opinion about it, and then you just go directly into being like, shut the F up. If you don't like it, screw you. I think it's just a little bit immature. And it's that in all forms of life, whether it's weather, politics, polygons, it's just that immediate need to not have a discussion and shout at each other is a significant problem with our society today. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Gurdon, here in Arkansas. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible over here near Okolona. That's going to be moving towards Gurdon and Gum Springs. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Back over here with this storm in Sulphur Springs, still keeping an eye on it. The rotation is not making its way back into that storm. And then this one over here, still want to just keep on checking on it. It's still trying to get organized, but it looks a little bit less organized than it did before. Also, have another initiation attempt trying to happen over here near Paducah, south of Paducah, near Knox City, here in Texas as well. I don't know. I have a different perspective on life. I like to think about things logically, balance biases. Like, I'll specifically watch somebody I disagree with just to get their opinion and then balance it against mine. Maybe they might have some insight. But, if you immediately go into attack mode on every disagreement, you will never learn or change your mind ever. So if you just happen to be thinking of the wrong facts or opinion, if you happen to have the wrong facts and you immediately go into attack mode, you'll have those wrong facts for the rest of your life. And you'll be constantly trapped in a bubble that you have created for yourself, which is, if you want to live your life that way, I guess you can. But latest scan over here, looks like our storm has officially gone through Hohenwald, and it is eventually about to push into Mount Pleasant in Lawrenceburg here shortly. Also back over here near Nashville, we are getting some thunderstorms come through, but so far not severe at this moment. These dumb negative responses. No. I don't believe in that. I think if there is some sort of issue that you are noticing, you should always speak out about it instead of being silent, right? Try to educate, try to talk about it, try to figure it out rather than staying silent. That is another significant problem with our society. People disagree and they don't say anything because they are afraid of there being backlash. And because they're afraid of those people that come in quick with those personal attacks rather than actually trying to have a legitimate conversation. So it's kind of a feedback loop. And so people keep their mouths shut. And that's a big problem too. Because how are you going to get anything done if no one's speaking out or doing anything to combat, misinformation or other things like that? It happens. We talk about it every now and then, but it's always good to, even though we are talking about weather, every now and then there might be a little bit of another topic we can chat about. Especially if it stems from something weather related, even though it's not completely weather related. Just washing your hands of people. Hey, I mean, there is a point. There is a point of things that you can handle, right? So always be aware of what your personal tolerance is. I think if ESP for becoming a WIMD member, no one's saying that you should, if somebody is acting beyond what you can personally tolerate, to distance yourself is not a bad thing. But you should always try, or at least attempt to try. And slowly get used to and bringing that tolerance up a little bit more as high as possible. Because again, our ability to communicate is being degraded quite significantly through social media. You know, and it all revolves around immediate gratification. If you're expecting agreement immediately and you get the most gratification off of either getting agreement or maybe even disagreeing, you're going to immediately go into that mental mode instead of taking time and being patient for a broader, deeper conversation to occur. Just the background being the map. I mean, we could try that, I guess. I don't even know. You have to turn off that. And then I think it's going to look like crap. That's my first thought. But we'll see. There's that. Yeah. Doesn't look that great. It's not terrible though. But it doesn't look that great in my opinion. There's definitely a middle ground we got to find with it, which we'll figure out before next stream. Thank you, Brian, for becoming a WimD member. Thank you. What about Dallas? Your threat later on is going to be later on today. So believe it or not, these little storms over here will eventually turn into technically, I wouldn't say way bigger, but technically a bigger storm. As we get more convection fire off in this area, we should see this entire area become pretty active in terms of severe weather over the next couple of hours. But it's really not going to be until about 2 a.m. Before these storms pull up in the Dallas area. And by that time, they might not be as much of a damaging wind threat, but there still could be some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds along the leading edge of this line as it enters into Dallas, McKinney, and also into southeastern Oklahoma in the early morning hours. Will Scottsboro be affected today? It could, yeah. I mean, really just depends on what our secondary line of storms does. One of the things that I am watching here is just how much this outflow boundary is going to stabilize the atmosphere out in this area near Memphis. If that does happen, our severe weather threat might not be as intense as some of the models indicated for northern Alabama, but regardless of what happens, some damaging winds will be possible here in the northern Alabama region today. All right, over here near Mount Pleasant in Lawrenceburg, looks like your storms are getting a little bit more organized, are not getting a little bit more organized, but getting a little bit closer, sorry. So if you live in Mount Pleasant and in Lawrenceburg, I would continue to be indoors and away from windows. And we're finally, I think, starting to get our first view of this storm that is in Texas, the storm that could eventually become our main tornado threat of the day. Yeah, look at that mesocyclone back in there.
Ever since the Arnett tornado happened.
An octagon would be terrible. I already tried a circle-like shape and people hated it. There's too much dead space.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's throwing on the left split big time.
Nashville is definitely getting some thunderstorms right now, but none of them are severe at the moment. Although I wouldn't rule out that one of them becoming briefly severe over the next hour in this Nashville area. You might get some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. But man, look at that mesocyclone there. That updraft, all of this in the center of the screen, that's all updraft. That's the air rising. And you can see to the right where it gets all gray, that's the air falling. That's the rain and the hail on that storm.
Yeah, okay, it's drifting south.
At the very least, this will be a structure fest. At the very most, this could be a strong tornado producer eventually.
I don't know what it's doing now. Now it just looks weird.
Man, yeah. No, it doesn't appear to be an organized wall cloud yet on this storm, though. Tornado shape.
South just looks explosive. I wish that thing would do something.
Maybe like a wedge tornado shape. Wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, we are definitely going to keep our eye on this storm. And it is certainly a mature supercell, as you can tell by our on-the-ground look here. That is this storm back over here, just to the west of or east of Lubbock. It is trying. You can see back down in here, that's where that mesocyclone is. That outflow boundary is close to it. Although the storm is a little bit by itself, there are submergers near it. It is still pretty stationary, though. So one of the disadvantages of a storm being stationary is it can produce a little bit more of a cold pool. It does. I do think it might need to start moving if it's going to be a tornado producer. So definitely need to keep an eye on it. Still some pretty decent hail in it. And as you can see, I mean, from our ground view, we have got a sculpted supercell and a half here. Look at that.
Evidence of good turning, chat.
I just love to get the Matador before
it could produce, yeah. It will be susceptible to outflow, a little bit more of an outflow dominancy.
I don't think I said anything. If I was,
As of right now, it still looks inflow dominant.
Thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate
So
it.
it hasn't formed that outflow yet. There's not even much of an RFD with this storm either. You can't really see too much rain wrapping around, where that mesocyclone is at the moment.
So much today.
Kind of looks a little low back in there. Is that a wall cloud trying to develop? It's hard to tell. They're not really close enough yet. Given this storm is stationary at the moment, they might not get close enough until the storm actually starts to move. So they're probably keeping their distance for now.
Do
we have any interesting blips? I mean, this was a blip, but the blip has grown up. Again, right here in this corridor, we have this outflow boundary here. And it also potentially kind of stretches out in this area. So we got to watch any storm that can form near that. This one over here could also become a tornado threat later, too. So a couple of areas to keep an eye on out here. Yeah, these were blips. But they are not blips anymore. Man, I just can't get over the way that this supercell looks on Storm Owner Media's feed right now. I mean, look at that. It's you don't get to see that very often. What is going on here? All right, hold on. My stream is you're going to see the circle on my stream for about 15 seconds. So I'm just going to. All right. Should be back. Let me make sure we're current on our storm chasers. There we go. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. I just had to get the Wi-Fi cable direct connect. It gives it better. Gives me some better service. Nashville just got some heavy rain coming in right now. Wouldn't completely rule out maybe a severe thunderstorm, but I mean it's just mainly some heavy rain, some lightning, maybe some small hail. But those storms are generally under severe capabilities. Back over here in Arkansas, we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here south of Philadelphia. We're still watching this line of storms to see if it's going to surge into a damaging wind threat later today. That is one of the things we are monitoring for. If we kind of zoom out here and turn on our outlook for today, you can see that we are expecting some pretty damn winds today, or at least spread damaging winds, starting in Pine Bluff and then eventually moving into eastern Alabama. Still not a whole lot of rotation on this storm yet near the Matador area. You'll be waiting on that line. It most likely be our most significant threat down here in the southeast. We do have an enhanced risk for weather. Still some question marks on just how much our environment will be able to kind of improve since this little MCS out over here was a little bit stronger than anticipated. But it will be interesting. I still think, though, at the very least, our southern portion of our enhanced risk should confirm here. Question is just how far north does it go? Uh-oh, I think chat is freezing. It won't let me in. Oh, there we go. 1% said the polygon makes a mistake. We're talking about this polygon. Apparently, people get physically ill by this polygon here. The audio is horrible. Audio issues. Uh-oh. Audio is stuttering. Let me try something. Testing. Okay. I would just employ, if the audio is glitching, everybody to refresh the YouTube stream. So refresh the stream, it should fix it. I don't think it's on my end. I think it's something to do with YouTube since we just reconnected back to it. Yeah, just refresh the stream. You did, and it didn't help. All good now. I don't know. If some people are experiencing glitchy audio and some people aren't, then that must be a YouTube problem. It shouldn't be any different. All good after refresh. Okay. No, I do not have low bandwidth. I get 2 gigabytes. No, it must be an issue with YouTube. Let's come check back in with Storm Motor Media, see what they're up to.
Because, like, this thing ain't moving anywhere anytime quick, so I only need like a half tank.
Yeah, I mean, I would just continue to. That girl almost walked right in front of Storm Motor Media. I would continue to refresh, or just take out the link and then go out of YouTube altogether, like close the app completely and then reload it if you're still having a problem. Yeah, this is the storm in Texas. You can actually see that outflow boundary pulling into the storm.
Like you can even see the little wall cut it has back there.
Oh, you can see
wow.
the split happening.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, there is a gas station right.
Might be a little wall cloud back in there, they're saying. Definitely got to keep an eye on this storm here in Texas. Latest scan over here in Tennessee, though. Still have some severe winds now moving into Lawrenceburg and Mount Pleasant with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I am seeing a couple of kinks starting to redevelop on this storm. We got one here, one here, one here. Might be getting a little bit more of a QLCS tornado threat as this line of storms moves into a little bit better instability that is hanging out over here near Lewisburg and Tullahoma. That's honestly not very surprising. We got Paigey live now. Is she still in Colorado? It would be nice to have a storm chaser up there. Let me see where she's chasing. Oh, no, they went all the way down into Texas. So, yeah, we now have Paigey Tornado, who is also live. Let me get that set up here. This is the view from her. She is now in the hail core, I think, right now.
That is nice. It is getting that classic cooked super style. Yeah, we love a cigarette cloud, folks.
What's a cigarette cloud?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Maybe filling it in like a puzzle piece. I know.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that there is a little bit of a wall cloud on there. So we'll keep an eye on it. Definitely a storm to watch. It seems like it is continuing to stay together and near that outflow boundary. So it does kind of seem like that could be a real deal threat here later today. So we'll see. Definitely kind of seems just a little bit outflow dominant, though, on radar right now. But it is still very near that boundary. So right now, an elevated wind, hail and wind threat. And then in the future, could definitely become tornadic there. Let's come back, check in on our storm over here in Oklahoma near Sulphur. Storm is still trying to organize over here near Hickory and Rough. Still has some golf ball sized hail in there as well. And still haven't really seen much widespread severe thunderstorm activity here in Arkansas yet. So still monitoring this portion of the storm. Back over here into Tennessee, we are still keeping an eye on this guy. And I think, let me check what's going on over here in Georgia still. Are we still getting stuff happening over here? Yeah, over here near Brunswick, Georgia. Still the potential for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. About to head into Brunswick. Still just the very beginning. Hey, thank you, Wendy, for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys get any gifted memberships from Wendy, make sure you are thanking her in chat. That is a huge amount, Wendy. And Wendy, did you send Chazzy some treats? I'm pretty sure you did. So I do appreciate that. Not yet? Okay. Somebody with the name of Wendy sent Chazzy some treats. There must be another Chazzy fan named Wendy. Hope this stays into Tennessee. Yeah, me too, because my power grid is a little bit iffy. Down over here into Huntsville and New Hope and Gunnersville. So I'm hoping this stays to my north so I can keep power. And thank you, Cheryl, for gifting another 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. You guys get a membership from Cheryl. Make sure you're thanking her in chat as well. Cheryl definitely gave Chazzy some treats, so she deserves some hearts as well. Let's come check back in with our Storm Chaser views out here.
See if we can get to 94.5 thousand subs today. Got one little step.
94.5 thousand. Dang it, they're gonna beat me to 100K. You know, I used to be in a subscriber race with Storm Runner Media, but they have blown me out of the water. This is the current view of our storm here in Texas, and it is still looking a little bit outflow dominated as far as I can tell. Yeah, there are storms starting to develop in Colorado. Back over here near Denver. A little bit more linear than I was expecting, though. Let's come check this radar down here. Yeah, not fully mature storms yet, but definitely can't rule out a brief tornado over there near Denver, Colorado either. Yeah, no problem, Susie. And thank you, Kevin, for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you, D. Will, for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully everybody is feeling all right today and enjoying their Memorial Day weekend. Nashville, well, yeah, you guys had a storm just a moment ago. And you got another one coming, still not with any severe capabilities to it. Should mainly just be some heavy rain and some wind there. The main area of severe weather still with this line of storms is back over here. Just went through Lawrenceburg and Mount Pleasant. Next in line is going to be Cornersville and Lewisburg. Don't think. We do have... a view on this storm a little bit overexposed, but you can see there's something popping up over there. Let's check. I thank you, Wendy, for gifting get another 10 memberships. Holy moly, you get a member. You get a member. My goodness. All right, let me turn on the radar here so we can see where the storm is in relationships to these cameras. Yeah, over here near Lewisburg. It's actually its own little prefrontal cell it's developing here. So that actually might be a little bit of a mesocyclone. Got a little bit of an inflow tail there as well. Maybe a little bit of a wall cloud there. Kind of hard to tell. Let me just check the rotation on this guy. Yeah, there's no rotation, so that's probably not a wall cloud. We've got this camera over here that is in the rain. Still haven't really seen too strong winds, but you can see there's actually some decent winds moving there near that white building. Thank you, Tornado Alley Deb, for being a member for 2 months. And definitely a pretty interesting view over here. In the Tennessee area, that's the latest update on the ground of what is happening. Also, we just got another severe thunderstorm warning over here east of Wilburton, heading towards Red Oak. Some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards you guys. And then back over here near Ada, Oklahoma, and Hickory, Oklahoma. We still have this storm ongoing. Still not a whole lot of rotation on it, but some $half sized hail can't be ruled out. That is a little bit of a downgrade, though. So they are downgrading this storm, thankfully. And then these storms back over here are still the beginning of our main severe weather threat. Still got an area of our storm trying to latch onto that boundary, but it's still not producing much rotation. And I will be honest, yeah, it does seem like we are getting a little bit of a split here. We got a split off to the north, so we've got 2 supercells, one developing up here and another one developing back over here.
Watch has been issued.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued out over here into Oklahoma. That's going to be for Hollandale, McAllister, Atoka, Choctaw Nation, Durant, Fort Townsend, Patow, and Havner are all in this new severe thunderstorm watch. That is going to be for a chance of tornadoes, damaging winds, and it seems like the biggest threat for this is going to be hail. But also damaging winds can also potentially be a decent threat there as well. Track into Alabama. It could eventually, yeah. I mean, you can see we are starting to get some storms over here near Florence. They do have a special weather statement for some 50-mile-per-hour winds. So eventually we might get some severe weather out of that as it tracks closer to like Athens and Huntsville.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Here's our view of our Texas storm. All of our chases are getting pretty darn close. Yeah, that's what that mesocyclone looks like now. Honestly, looks a little bit weaker. It looks a little bit less organized. It had a little bit more structure earlier. I'm wondering if that outflow boundary is kind of affecting this storm at the moment. It's also going through a split, so it might take some time for this thing to organize. An outflow boundary sinks south of this storm. That'll be it for at least our most significant tornado threat of the day. Where's the boundary? You can actually see it. I use this little YouTube logo here. You can actually see that is the outflow boundary. And so there's most likely some cooler air wrapping around. The inflow of the storm would be back over here. And then right in here, there's your mesocyclone. So if a tornado were to be produced, it would be produced back over in this region here. You can see Storm Owner Media also is on the storm as well. And then back over there, there's the mesocyclone from another vantage point. Outflow boundary most likely back over in this region. So it still seems to be a little bit cold air dominated at the moment, but still wouldn't let your guard down over there near Matador and Roaring Springs just yet, as the storm hasn't been effectively choked off yet from our outflow boundary. And again, that's this storm over here. You can actually see the outflow boundary, or that cold pool of air right in there. And you can see it goes all the way into that mesocyclone, which is the area of the thunderstorm which is rotating, probably a loft. So still keeping a close eye on that. And then back over here near Arkansas, we still have a couple of thunderstorms out here with some weak winds, up to 50-mile-per-hour winds coming through, about to come through like Morrilton, Heber Springs, Grubbs over there, Weiner, Arkansas as well, or Weiner. Apparently it's pronounced Weiner though. I tried to argue against it, but the folks there are adamant that you call it by the name that they have chosen. But I'm still calling it Weiner, to be honest. And then latest scan over here, we're still keeping an eye on this storm here in southern Tennessee. I'm about to move into Lawrenceburg. This should be the storm of the day. A little bit of a lowering back in there. What is that?
Well, now it needs a thunder because inflow dominant isn't a good thing either.
It's up to 61,000 feet now.
There's a scud. Does not seem to be smooth in any way.
It's going to move to the north of us. And so there, it looks like there might be a chance for a nudger with the storm trying to blow up here. Floyd data.
Yeah, the thing about these storms that remain elevated north of an outflow boundary is that what they're talking about there is storm nudgers. So you need more storms to kind of impact the storm, kind of to grow the mass of the storm. If the storm stays, if it can't become, accumulate a lot of mass or, a lot of moisture. If the storm itself is not, a wider storm, it typically will struggle to produce, one, elevated hail, and then also, it'll struggle to latch onto that outflow boundary. It's something I've noticed.
Somebody launched a weather balloon into this. See it?
Weather balloon?
Lorraine, thinking of becoming a member. Where?
Oh, white dot.
Oh, that's neat. Somebody is launching a balloon into the storm.
Wonder where that data is going to get posted.
Coming up on it from the west, I can't say or from the east, I can't say I'm very.
Oh, Indy 500 is happening.
This thing must have taken a poop since the pictures that look good.
Yeah, it's kind of falling apart at the base a little bit.
Oh, Pagey found the hail again. Let's go over to Pagey. I think their stream is frozen. And they lost service. Oh, there's the hail.
We wouldn't have a view of the tornado if it dropped, if we went this way, right?
Until we got right here.
Okay.
And we'd be closer to anybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there is hail out there, but they are struggling with service. I don't think they have Starlink yet. I think they mainly rely off of cell phone service. I'm not sure. Do they have Starlink? Yeah, on radar, there is some indications of some more storms in the area, and any storm that can kind of interact with this storm will help. It builds some mass, which it kind of needs at this point. But the thing is that these storms are mainly going out in that direction, kind of avoiding our supercell at the moment. So as you can see, it's a little bit skinny, a little bit scrawny. Our storm isn't really filled with that much mass at this moment. It is a struggling. So we'll keep an eye on it. Back over here near Ada. Still got 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds south of Roth. South and west of Fort Smith. East of Will Burton. Still have these storms near Red Oak. Moving off to the east with 60-mile-per-hour winds potential there. Man, what is going on in storm under media speed? It's a weird lowering back in there. I would love to see like the top of that, because that's been there for a while, but I think it's just a big old scud bomb.
There's a Dow truck blocking the road up here. Oh my god.
This thing could stop moving away from me, I would be very happy because it's moving southwest again now.
There's some important science happening on that truck. It could take all the time it needs. It is scanning that storm and giving some good data. Some good old data. What we'd like to see. So we just had an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning here for Fayetteville and Park City and Lynchburg there for 60-mile-per-hour winds here in Tennessee. Man, that storm looks impressive, though. It's got that the very frilly look to it, and little frillies on the. It looks like a skirt, a storm skirt.
Of course, it's going to be raining when we get gas.
Maybe we shouldn't call that because all the storm chasers are looking up it. So maybe a different name. Storm curtain. It looks like a storm curtain.
Hey, what's up, DL Gary?
As we just say, bye, Freddie. Oh, I thought you said hi.
Not really seeing a whole lot of motion in it, though, as far as I can tell. This thing still looks a little cold.
Right now, I mean, you could, I guess.
Wondering how much longer this storm has left.
Not that I can really see.
I mean, it is latched onto the outflow boundary, so I wouldn't rule out like gust NATOs. Maybe even like a land spout potentially with this storm.
It's going to be somewhere
right to left over here. What a rattler I hear over there. What?
Justin is on the road. Okay, thanks for letting me know.
What is that coming out of the south side? Is that just rising scud over there? Like just a little scud to me. Are you guys on this now?
As on it as we could be, chat.
I mean, they are right next to the mesocyclone, but as you can see, we don't really even have like a wall cloud on this storm.
Yeah, that's just like a really thick area of scud. It was kind of interesting to watch it form, and that's some like decent motion on it, but yeah, it's just like super scuddy right there. We're sitting almost right underneath it. Why are there two bases?
Somebody just reported 3-inch hail.
Oh man. 3-inch hail. Isn't Pagey near that hail?
One more crack so far.
What's one more gonna hurt?
Did they actually get into it with some service, or?
Try that one. I don't know if it's still this way.
I think they went through the hail core when they were in a little bit less service there. Yeah, this is the storm in question. It is looking still pretty darn weak. See how skinny it is. It just doesn't have a whole lot of mass. It is starting to move, though. It was pretty stationary, but it is starting to move south and east. We'll see. We'll see if he can get it done. Hopefully not. Also, another new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Paul's Valley. With 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of this storm, moving off to the north and east. Then back over here near Fort Smith, still keeping an eye on this guy near Red Oak. Still with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. Still so far, our cold pool has not surged yet here in Arkansas. So still no severe thunderstorm warnings along the leading edge of our line here, but we are starting to see maybe a Boeing segment over here south of Jonesboro. Might be our first attempt at some damaging winds and maybe a little bit of a surge of our line. Might have to keep an eye on that. Then back over here in Tennessee, looks like our storm over here is about to move into Lewisburg. And our non-severe northern portion of the line has officially moved into Nashville with no severe warning. And we have a little random severe thunderstorm warning back down over here into parts of Mississippi, just north of Jackson, with some of that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. It is moving up to the north. And that's the latest. It's a little bit quiet out there, but that should change technically. It's like Pagey's finally getting a view of the backside of the storm. Not as interesting as the front side still. Let's come check back in here with Storm Runner Media.
Where's our road wandering friends back there, Jay?
Everyone's coming down this road.
Say that again. I'm watching that motion right behind us. It's kind of increased a little bit.
Yeah, I see.
By the way, just a little FYI, a lot of complaining about Storm Chaser convergence. It's probably going to happen while we listen into these guys.
There's
It's not a low precipitation supercell.
there's fairly rapid right to left right in there. It's not very organized, but it's there.
Right to left.
Centralized area of rotation could be forming right here in front of us, chat.
I don't see it, but the storm chasers can see better than the camera is probably. They're indicating there is some rotation developing.
Good inflow going into this thing, 82 over 72, warm inflow being pulled in here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, they're saying they're in warm inflow.
Are you turned off spotter dogs?
Yeah.
The binoculars.
I kind of wanted a screenshot view of when this thing looked to pass a few minutes ago. Right there.
virtually no rotation in it, though, at least from a radar perspective. Tebble, thank you so much for the Venmo. Very much appreciated. Thank you for your support. And Kathleen, again, thank you for your Cash App. Appreciate the support there as well.
Yeah. Seems like this storm needs some time. It is not doing it right now. Definitely needs a little bit of time to decide what it's going to do. There's like 20 cars there. Yeah. Yeah, there's if we come over here to the spotter network, you can actually see there's a lot of people. A lot of people out near this storm. Every single one of these dots is a spotter. And that's just the people that are registered as spotters. There's many people that aren't spotters that are in this area. The heck is that? A little bit of a lowering now.
There's definitely right to left.
Look at that. It might be a wall cloud trying to develop.
Is that dust on the ground?
And that does look like dust. Is that a NATO?
Real suspicious, man.
I can't tell if that's rain or dust. Might be our first gust NATO of the day.
That might be getting ready to do it.
Thank you, Chandler, for the 5. Thank you so much.
Where that rain is.
For Florence today, should be, there's a little bit of a tornado threat for Florence, yeah.
Rapid rotation. This thing might be trying to do it here in a minute.
I think that's rain. I think that's the RFD trying to develop on the storm.
Right.
I don't think it's dust. Hard to tell, though.
An open field too. Look at how like it's all just being brought into one centralized location.
There's definitely some rotation in there. You can definitely tell. Get these clouds moving in this direction. These clouds moving in this direction. So it does seem like the storm is briefly latched onto the extra vorticity here in the outflow boundary. And then what we have ongoing here is RFD developing on the storm. This is the Weir flank downdraft, which will help nudge the storm potentially to be a little bit more tornadic.
Oh, it's closer to us than I thought. It's right here. Okay, yeah, my fault. I was looking at kind of like that. It's this. Freaking flies.
That's why the lightning's been right here, popping out.
We're getting swarmed.
Yeah, rapid motion here.
Get out of here.
Come on, stupid storm.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas.
Gas station up there.
Are we going to see the first NATO of the day? I don't know. Me personally, I still think that we might have to wait a little longer. It's a rotating, so I wouldn't rule out like a brief dust NATO or maybe even a land spout, but this storm on radar does not seem very tornadic, but I mean, there is some rotation in this area.
Going down a bit, though.
And a RFD trying to develop, so we'll see if it breaks expectations here. Again, this is the storm that's near Matador and Roaring Springs in Texas.
It had a solid attempt there for a second.
Still is latched onto the boundary.
Yeah. It's still spinning up there.
Oh, we're back up to 60,000 again, so.
Go eat your food, Chazzy. Any chasers in Tennessee? Not that I know of, no. Not that I know of.
I have faith it just needs to really centralize its area.
Yeah, it looks like it did have like a brief attempt there for a second, but I mean, here's what it looks like on radar. The only thing that's really going to have any potential for some rotation is right where it's latched onto the boundary, which is where the chasers are looking. And, you know, technically you can't rule out a brief NATO within there, but I mean, the storm is looking pretty anemic right now. So big question marks on still just how much longer until that storm tries to produce, but it's still worth keeping an eye on there near Matador. Back over here, still watching a severe thunderstorm warning now south of Paul's Valley. I'm about to move into Paul's Valley with the potential for some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then over here south of Ada, still some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east there. Our line of thunderstorms here still hasn't surged into northern Arkansas yet. Still no severe thunderstorm warnings on this part of the storm. I was expecting some by now, but that seems to be struggling due to the little bit more of the outflow dominance here of our storm into central Tennessee. This might have a significant impact on our enhanced risk that is back over here near Pine Bluff, northern Mississippi, near Memphis and Alabama. But I still think it's worth keeping an eye on just in case. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning out over here near Shelbyville, Tullahoma, Normandy. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is the latest across the board. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back on this storm with some half-dollar sized hail north of 82. That's just to the north and west of Knox City in Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued out over here for northern Alabama, parts of Tennessee like Chattanooga and Winchester, Dalton and Rome.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
That's going to be for some potential out there for some severe weather. So if you guys live out here, just watch out. Some damaging winds will be possible. Maybe a brief tornado threat could redevelop. There is still some decent instability out here. It just has yet to really fully take advantage of it. But there is, let me check. The thing that's kind of keeping that storm a little bit at bay, though, is the cold pool that is out in front of it right now. But, I mean, we do have 1,000 joules per kilogram. Potentially even 2,000 joules per kilogram out in front of this line. So I would expect this severe thunderstorm activity down here near Florence to eventually mature as it goes near Huntsville. Did you end up with any tornadoes from yesterday's storm? I don't think so, no. Near Lewisburg. It seems kind of broad at the moment. I don't really have a great view. The orientation with it, with the line of storms here, is a little bit on the. It's a weird orientation
has been issued
for that to produce a tornado, but definitely some stronger winds. I would agree that we should probably watch this northern edge here for some rotation to eventually develop. But as of right now, that's not really an organized area of rotation. Check back over here with our storm. Potentially of the day out here, still struggling. It needs more mergers, but all the mergers are missing it. It's still latched onto the boundary, though. It does appear.
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
You can see that outflow boundary still. What the heck? Still solidly latched onto the storm at the moment. So still got that land spout threat in the short term. See if there's any news out there of anything. Check on our tornado news. See if we can get any more information on that Arlington storm. Okay. And it seems like the most tornado news is happening overseas. Near Puerto Valderas. Near Lagos? Seeing anything on Tennessee yet. Chile had a tornado. Is that where that is? Yeah, it seems pretty strong. The heck is Pagey looking at?
Not that we can
I don't
see.
wanna, I don't want to risk it.
I don't see a snake.
Okay.
I'll shot the snake for you. Thanks.
Interesting looking cloud there. I don't think that's anything. But there is some movement on it. That scenery, though. Beautiful little area here in Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
This is Storm Runner Media's view. He's looking at a completely different part of the storm here.
This is just all wild right now. My goodness.
Yeah.
The tour vans, the casual chasers, the Dow vehicle. Like,
Did you guys see that, Cat?
right now.
I hope they did. It wasn't really.
Oh,
playing
there it
on the
is.
ground.
The
camera's
complaining
fucked up.
about the Storm Chaser convergence is happening. It's happening. It's what happens when there's only one storm that really has any significant tornado potential. You know, I've been seeing a lot of blame get thrown around on whose fault it is on Chaser convergence, and I think it's mainly just the storm's fault. You got only one storm that has any potential of producing like a strong tornado today in an area where there's literally only one road near the mesocyclone right now. You're going to have every chaser that is chasing end up on a one road, which is a problem that's existed for years. I mean, El Reno, which was way back in the day, had a bunch of storm chaser convergence. You know, it was one storm, the main storm of the day, and then there were limited road things. Limited, well, like apparently the big problem that everybody has with storm chasers. I just don't understand. It's like storm chasers complaining about storm chasers. Like they deserve to have a better view, I guess. I don't, or maybe it's the traffic. There's also the aspect of like people parking with their tires on the road. But there's also an argument to make that to make sure that if you have to get out of dodge of a tornado, you're not going to get stuck in the mud or the grass. And so it's a big old debate right now, and everybody's just throwing flack and laughing at everybody instead of actually, devolving into any decent conversation about how to stop it. Or technically, you're not going to be able to stop or storm chaser convergence, but what you can do is at least talk about storm etiquette instead of bashing. Try to work to an actual solution. We'll just stop in the middle of the road. Yeah, that does happen. Yeah. Heck, I mean, I saw Brad Arnold do that on stream for that one tornado in Madison. I don't know. It's weird, man. Look at all those people. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of folks out on this storm. Pagey's stream caught it for a little bit. There's like 5 people near their car. One, two, three, four, plus Pagey and Bryce, all on this one storm. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a weird thing, but I just don't see any constructive conversations going on about it. Just everybody just being mad that everyone's storm chasing. But it's like everybody's doing the same thing. Like some opinions are, worthy, in my opinion. Like not being parked in the middle of the road, or making sure you're all off on the side of the road, and making sure you're following speed limits and not driving under the speed limit. That's a legitimate argument. That can be dangerous. But then there's like folks saying maybe we need the Oklahoma bill. That's not constructive, because that would just take off all the chasers that don't have enough money to buy storm chasing licenses off the road, which I don't think that's constructive. Trying to limit other chasers' ability to chase. Yeah, back over here near Shelbyville, still watching this area of some stronger winds south of Lewisburg. Still no definite rotation has developed on this northern side, but I still think it's worth watching out for over here between Fayetteville and Shelbyville. Near Dickens. Yes. This might be what the storm needs here. Unfortunately. Is a nice, healthy merger. Increase the mass of the storm a little bit. It'll make it a little bit outflow dominant for just a moment, but a merger will help it, technically, try to really latch onto that boundary. I think what chasers should be advocating for is, wow, there actually seems to be some decent rotation there. Look at that.
Rapid rising motion.
Oh, look at the sinking and all that.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right there, especially right there. Oh look, the rain currents are rotating right in the field.
Yeah, we might be about to have a tornado here, folks. It is trying again. We've got a wall cloud.
I'm just getting worried if this thing starts flying east, it's gonna be a
Look at the rain current. I think there's a tornado in there. It just might not be condensed. Those rain currents are.
They're rotating rapidly in there.
Alright, did it fall apart again?
Yeah, it looks like it fell apart. Man, the storm just keeps on getting so close. They're trying to produce.
North of the road?
I think it's about to cross behind us. I can see it looks like there's a rapid motion just north of the road.
There's also a rapid motion right there. It's not centralized.
It's definitely to our west.
RFD surgeon right now.
New MCD. All right, let me check it out. See if it's worth mentioning.
Did you see those
Yeah, not really.
on the ground like a second ago? What was going on over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It looked like there was almost condensation kind of forming in between them. I wasn't quite sure what was happening there.
It was probably just an RFD push, and that caused a little circulation.
That was odd. They were pretty rapid too. I'm like, what the heck?
I don't think that was a tornado, though. But it came dang close.
I'm trying to listen for.
See, there's the inflow. It's coming. This is the inflow region.
As though it looks like it's about to cross 684 right now.
Oh, look at those rain curtains.
Yeah, it definitely seems like we might be getting a RFD try to develop.
Area of interest, at least in my opinion, is about to cross now. Originally, it looked like it was south. I mean, there's some motion to the south, but the main rotation that I'm seeing from underneath is just about to cross.
See, look at those rain curtains. They'll just look like that they're just moving around each other and around.
They are. That's why I feel like it's over there.
Rotation off to the south of the road, though. It's pretty close.
The storm is still trying.
Right over there too.
RFD wrapping around. Okay, it might be time to go wet.
Yeah, it looks like the RFD is developing on this storm. I do agree with that point. Still no strong RFD indicated here on radar yet, but I still would want, Roaring Springs to be keeping your eye on this storm. They have extended this severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further to the south and also for some 2-inch hail. That's going to be pushing down towards the Roaring Springs area eventually. And thank you, Lola, for being a member for 29 months. Thank you so much. Hopefully you're doing all right. The storm is pretty interesting. We're getting reports of a couple of areas of circulation here along this boundary, which is definitely possible. There's a lot of spin in this area where this outflow boundary meets our mesocyclone. It just hasn't been able to consolidate any central area of rotation yet. We do have a merger coming into the storm, which might help the storm maybe organize a little bit better of an RFD, which might make it a little bit more efficient at trying to produce a tornado. But you can see there's a lowering back in there of a potential wall cloud. But so far, no NATO. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to leave Storm Intermedia on real quick, and then we'll go check back with our other severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, the most consolidated I saw is when it tried to put a little vortice out for like literally 10 seconds. But it's not that organized right now.
Yeah, it is definitely feeling very loosey-goosey right now.
I'm just trying to figure out how I want to attack this.
They don't really have much of a choice. It's going to be south of 684 now, so it's better to get east and south somehow and find another road south of it, honestly, in my opinion. Everybody's kind of chilling on this road, which is good, because I'd rather them sit here. That way it leaves up options for us for close-range shots.
Yeah, see, the issue is it's going to take it a while to get where it's going. What's up, Connor?
Dude, look to our right.
South of the road or north?
One thing is for sure, this storm is not giving up.
Just south of the road, a crazy motion.
I'm seeing that on my roof camera.
Yeah. Maybe check out Paige's view. So weird. They keep getting good service and then they get bad service. It's weird. What's RFD? It's the rear filling downdraft. It's essentially an area where strong winds and rain kind of push on the southern side of the storm. And usually it's something that precludes tornado genesis. And we are actually starting to see a little bit of rotation now on radar. A little broad area of circulation is developing on this storm. So it is trying to produce. It'll be interesting if it will do it before this merger or after. It might try to produce a small tornado before, though.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. A new tornado warning has been issued back over here, north of Fayetteville, for this area of circulation back in Tennessee. That's going to be for Litchburg, Tullahoma, Estelle Springs. All need to be in their safe spots here, in Winchester as well. My freaking thing's not working again. No, let me try to get it to work. That's annoying. I don't know why it's not connecting all of a sudden, but there we go. We got a tornado warning out over here in Tennessee. So if you guys live in this area, make sure that you are in your safe spots. And that's Lynchburg, Tullahoma, Winchester, and Estelle Springs all need to be in their safe spots. Not a whole lot of strong rotation here, but we must have some sort of report of something. So let's come over to our radar Omega view here. We do have a couple of cameras in the path of this circulation, so we'll keep an eye on it. But as far as I can tell from radar, it's really not that strong of rotation at all. Not really sure why they pulled the trigger on this. There must have some sort of report of something on this storm. Such a big polygon. It is a pretty decently long polygon, yeah. Looks like the storm is moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. So yeah, that's probably why they kept the polygon, or why the polygon is so big. Maybe there's like a radar view over here of it. No. What about this radar? Does it have a view? Yeah, I mean, this radar says there's some broad circulation here. Nothing strong at the moment. Nashville radar. Yeah, broad circulation on it as far as I can tell as well. Yeah, there must have been some sort of report from the ground. Some sort of report about this thing. Maybe there's like a funnel reported. It just doesn't make sense. The velocities are not strong on this whatsoever. Not even a loft either, so they didn't warn it for a loft circulation. There's like a little tiny area here, though, north of Fayetteville. And also, we just got a 70 mile per hour wind warning on this storm here. That's going to be for Park City, Winchester, Estelle Springs, High Top, and Stevensville, or Stevens. Yeah, we must have some sort of report that we just don't have access to here. Because on radar, it just does not look like much. I'd be in your safe spots just in case somebody on the ground is reporting on this storm. And they must have seen like a wall cloud or some rotation or a funnel or something to have this be tornado warned. So if you live in Lynchburg, Estelle Springs, I would be in your safe spots just in case. What's that on camera? It's just a storm in Texas that we're keeping an eye on. It's been struggling to produce, and it looks like it's going through that merger here in a little bit, which means everything's going to get rain wrapped, a little bit outflow dominant, and then we could see the storm try to reorganize. Just on top of Fayetteville. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the little area of rotation. It's not very strong, but there is a little bit there. You could make that argument for sure. You know, would I personally throw a tornado warning just on that circulation? Probably not. But you know, who knows? Maybe, but so what I'm thinking is there's somebody here in Crescent that has seen this in person, and it must be stronger than what this radar is indicating. Another thing we can look at is also the Armor radar might have a better view of this, actually, now that I think about it. So let me go check out the Armor radar. Not sure if Sam is watching. You could send that link again. That would be helpful. Oh, never mind. I found it. Product not available. Apparently, the Armor radar is not running, which is not helpful. Winds are no joke. Yeah, 70 mile per hour winds is nothing to mess around with. That is for sure. Definitely knock out power. Knock down a couple of trees as well. So make sure you guys are sheltered in place for that just in general.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued over here in Texas and Oklahoma. That's going to be for Altus, Vernon, Seymour, Paducah, Spur, Cosbyton, Childress. All need to be getting ready and watching out for tornadoes. Our main storm of the day is going to be this guy over here near Matador. But technically, any storm that could latch onto this boundary could become tornadic eventually. Looks like this storm is about to go in through a merger right now. We still have a little bit of broad circulation on that guy, but every other storm in this area is struggling. We got another one over here near Floridata that is also struggling at the moment. But yeah, keep your eyes out for a tornado threat. Also, just a little heads up, all severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma have been allowed to expire. Here's our view on that storm in Texas. Yeah, it looks like that little circulation has dissipated. You can see that rain starting to wrap into where that circulation is. And that's because of that merger.
Tornado possible baseball.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
70. Let me show you guys where the baseballs would be. They'd be up in there.
Yeah, it looks like we also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm as well, where we have the potential for some baseball-sized hail, apparently, which does not seem to be the case. Hold on. Let me just double-check. Yeah, there it is. Baseball-sized hail, also possible over here near Roaring Springs. It could be about to head into Matador as well. Actually, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm as well in Oklahoma for some wind-channel 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Macomb, Oklahoma. All right, let's see if our cameras out over here with this tornado warning have been are getting close enough to see something. We got one over here near Winchester. Can kind of see back in there. This one over here, a little bit further up to the north, actually has a pretty good view. See, we have a couple areas where we can kind of keep an eye on this storm as it comes closer to Winchester, but none of the cameras are close enough yet to really capture much. And 2 areas of rotation near Lynchburg. Yeah, I'm wondering if they have some sort of radar that's closer to this storm than we do. I mean, because this radar is really close. And as far as I can tell, our only area of rotation is right here, just to the north and east of Fayetteville. Generally weak rotation right now, but I'm still keeping an eye on it. Could try to produce something. Definitely some strong winds in this storm for sure. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Near Tupelo. Oh, yeah, we do have a little storm with the hook on it. And actually some broad circulation. Not very strong rotation, really weak, but might be worth watching. Over there near Baldwin and Guntown, a couple of cells are developing here in northern Mississippi that might have a little bit of a tornado threat eventually. They can latch onto that outflow boundary out there. Might try to produce a brief little spin up. If you missed anything, not yet. I mean, the storm in Texas might have tried to produce briefly, but something here. I'm trying to get my MIDI pad to work again, but it stopped working. You see if I like manually to the computer, if that works at all. Big win bag. Oh, absolutely. That is one thing that this definitely is some pretty decent wins. Yeah, latest scan here out of Fayetteville. We still have some broad area of circulation here just to the east of Fayetteville. I'm not seeing any debris signatures yet, but it would still be in your safe spots over here near Winchester. The one thing is that this rotation is actually now south of the tornado warning polygon. Further up to the north, there aren't any areas of stronger or any really organized rotation near Lynchburg. Definitely still some strong winds, though, at this moment. Big time merger in Texas. Yeah, that merger is going to help the storm, unfortunately. Any extra mass is going to help it. It'll make it become a little bit outflow dominant first. Although it kind of seems like it might be lifting off of that. I wonder if this merger might hurt it. What I'm expecting to happen, though, at least with pattern recognition, is telling me that this merges with the storm. We see it increase in mass, and then eventually we see it spit out an RFD on the southern side. That's what I'm thinking. Also, a little area of rotation developing there near the Roaring Springs area. They also just pushed this severe thunderstorm wrist off to the east here. Now for some tennis ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Roaring Springs and Matador.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. So yeah, it looks like that's that main circulation they're keeping their eye on, because they did just push this tornado warning further down to the south. Now for Winchester, Cowan, Sherwood, Belvedere, Huntland, and Flintville. And again, it's going to be for this area of rotation over here near Kelso. It's going to be heading towards Shady Grove here in a little bit. So continue to be in your safe spots here outside or inside of the polygon. Sorry. Definitely want to still continue to be in your safe spots. That is the latest. Let's see if we have any new information here from our cameras as they get a little bit closer. Still not seeing much from that camera. Back over here north of Winchester, still not quite seeing the storm just yet, but we should be able to get a good view of it here shortly. I think there was a tornado report on that storm in Texas. Yeah, I mean, there were some rotating rain curtains earlier, but as far as we've been able to see via the streams that we've been looking at, that's been about it. So maybe somebody mistaken that as a tornado, or maybe they thought it was a tornado. I don't know. Tornado reports are usually just, folks out in the area that think it might have been a tornado, which a lot of things can be like tornadoes. Gustnados, all that kind of stuff, all get initially logged as a tornado report. But back over on our chaser view here, you can see that we do have still, a couple of storms ongoing out here. Nothing that looks overly tornadic at this moment. Gotta wait for that merger to take place and to see what happens after that. Back over here south of Norton, still have a storm moving up to the north and east towards Macomb. Over here in Oklahoma. Still monitoring this complex of storms back over here. You can see we're getting a lot of convection happening here south of Pine Bluff, too, which is pretty interesting. Really don't think the HRRR caught that too well. But I would assume that our severe weather threat might be eventually going to be getting started over here into the Arkansas, Little Rock, and Hot Springs area. Latest scan on this storm, still not a whole lot of dangerous rotation on this storm, but it still wouldn't rule out a brief spin up On the southern side and on our northern side, still not really seeing much rotation up there. Still just mainly a damaging wind threat heading into Tullahoma, Estelle Springs, and Winchester. Still would just be in your safe spots just in case, we do get another circulation develop up here. Also further down to the south near Huntland, Belvedere, Cowan, and Sherwood still would be sheltered in place. Here in Fayetteville, you're good to go now. The storm has passed you. They're keeping that tennis ball sized hail on that storm out there in Texas. I also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Our first one on this line of storms is actually for some golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Mayflower and Maumelle. Yeah, merger is still taking place here. Still going to have some time before that storm does anything. This one over here near Florida is north of our boundary, so this one should remain a hail threat there. But yeah. Ridgeville, Tennessee, there might be a sneaky rotation. Let me see. I'll check it out for you. Ridgeville, TN. Really? We got a couple of areas of some very broad circulation, but nothing really consolidating up there to the north yet. Definitely worth watching. I would still be in your safe spots. This storm is definitely surging, and little areas of rotation could develop on this leading edge as it moves into Tullahoma, East Spring, Winchester, eventually into northern Alabama, north of High Top. So it's just worth being in your safe spots overall for the environment that is around this storm right now, as we could get tornadoes that just might not show up on radar too well, even though we're really close to our radar. Why is Tennessee getting tornadoes when the outlook we don't have a tornado threat? Because this storm was not modeled very well today. This storm technically should not have existed, according to models, literally about 8 hours ago. So, yeah, that's why. The environment is somewhat decent out here for at least some QLCS tornadoes, not technically impossible. Yeah, latest scan up here, still have these areas of some rotation here. Still not getting overly organized just yet, and still no debris signature on our storms. Also, it's got a new severe thunderstorm update up here near Manchester, Normandy, and Wartrace for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. How do you pronounce it, Lauren? Will Huntsville, Alabama get hit by a line of storms? Absolutely. Absolutely. I got some thunderstorm activity happening over here near Athens and Moulton. Going to be coming into the Huntsville area. Still some question marks on whether or not that will be severe by the time it gets there, but it would not surprise me if it was. Definitely some decent instability here in the Huntsville area that will allow these storms to mature a little bit more than what they are right now. All right, looks like our storms are getting a little bit closer to the Winchester area. And we actually have a little bit of a view here of our approaching thunderstorm. Again, this is our tornado warned storm right now. You can see that there is a base of this thunderstorm. I'm not seeing anything particularly tornadic yet. Back up here a little bit further up to the north, south of Tullahoma. Still don't have a good view of the storm up there yet. It happens. But I do think that storm in Texas is still looking pretty interesting. Just needs to finish that merger up, and then would not surprise me if it tries to drop a tornado shortly after that. Yeah, latest scans have come in. Still some broad circulations over here south of Tullahoma. Still no debris signatures at the moment. I think the camera in Tullahoma is facing the wrong way. And this one out over here near Huntland. Now looks like we have a couple areas of circulation trying to develop on our southern side of the storm here, going into Huntland. But again, still pretty weak, but I wouldn't rule out a brief and weak tornado still with this southern line of our storms. Let's go check back in on our severe thunderstorm back over here near the Lubbock area. Oh, yeah, look at this merger. You see how this is definitely surging now as it increases its mass? This is anticyclonic, so that's not really a legitimate signal there. But yeah, this storm is going to help surge the rear flank downdraft into that outflow boundary pretty effectively there, it seems. Still going to be a little bit messy, though, until it fully gets organized, but certainly a storm to watch out for. Yeah, just some low-end severe weather still over here near Ada, Oklahoma. Back over near Little Rock, we still have this storm with the potential there for some half-dollar size, or with some golf ball sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds still heading towards the Mayflower area. And this storm seems to be moving pretty quick now, down to the south and east. Is Cabot getting hit bad? Nah, not for now, but as the storm continues to try to organize. Well, actually, let me see where Cabot is. I think it's near Little Rock, isn't it? Maybe not. Might have been wrong about that. Hold on, let me just double check. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're not getting hit bad yet, but there are some storms around you that will have some potential for severe weather here in the short term. So it could get a little bit dicey, but for now, you don't even have a special weather statement on your storms. Just some heavy rain and some wind and some lightning. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, latest scan here. Maybe a little bit more of an organization here south of Tullahoma. Look at this from the weather camera here. Definitely looking a little bit more interesting on that southern side. Let's come back over just near the Tullahoma area. Yeah, you can start to see the storm clouds approaching here. Back up near this camera is probably where our most organized rotation is at the moment. Yeah, it seems like this camera is struggling as those winds come through. Might be knocking out power near Tullahoma. We definitely have a pretty decent view, though, of the leading edge of this one. So we're going to keep our eye for any tornadic circulations here in the brief moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued in Texas. It's going to be on this storm here. Man, this anticyclonic circulation is pretty darn convincing. That would be odd. Technically not completely unheard of for a tornadic storm to start off anticyclonic. Anticyclonic tornadoes are rare. But, I mean, that definitely seems like a legitimate signal there. So watch out over there near Glen, Texas, for that anticyclonic tornado. You can see that we do have some winds moving in that direction there. There's winds moving in that direction there, meaning it's kind of the opposite way a tornado is supposed to spin. So that's why we call it anticyclonic. The tornado's spinning the wrong way. But if you live over here south of Roaring Springs, watch out. Definitely an area of anticyclonic and maybe a little bit of cyclonic rotation further off to the north and east there as well. So the merger is definitely helping out this storm quite a bit. Definitely need to keep an eye on that storm. Back over here in southern Tennessee, areas of rotation, still a little broad area here, still north of Still Springs. Southern areas of circulation aren't really looking that dangerous at the moment. Over here near Deckard and Winchester, still got some strong winds. I think the main moral of the story of this storm is that there could be brief little circulations that we might not be able to catch too well. Looks like they are continuing this tornado warning still as radar indicated, but with winds of up to 70 miles per hour. That is the main threat with this storm right now, with that small potential for some brief spin-ups, which is why there's tornado warnings on both of these areas of the storm. So again, if you live in this area, just be in your safe spots continuously here in Still Springs, Deckard, Winchester, Belvedere, Cohen, Swanee, Sherwood, as we continue to try to figure out what this storm is going to do. And then they have extended to that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning now for South Pittsburgh, Jasper, Chattanooga, Red Bank, Dunlap in the Tennessee area. Looks like Pagey Tornado is getting a decent view on our storm here in Texas, keeping an eye out for any anticyclonic tornadoes as that merger kind of comes in. Looks like they lost service yet again, unfortunately. Yeah, looks like a lot of chasers are losing service in the around that storm right now. Bad service zone. Yeah, that's the latest out here in Tennessee. Definitely some strong winds with this storm. Seems to be the main threat, with a small chance for some brief spin-ups along the leading edge. All right, let's come back over to some of our camera views in Tennessee. Yeah, looks like we are getting some decent winds down here in the southern portion of our storm. This is near Winchester and Deckard. This is some of the winds that are happening. Doesn't really seem 70-mile-per-hour wind like. Then back over here further up to the north, you can see storm is pushing in now. We have a better view of the storm up here further up to the north. And this is where our broader circulation is, but still probably one of our most obvious circulations are at the moment. Over here just south of Tullahoma, south and east of Tullahoma, Tennessee. The wind hasn't really picked up in this area yet, but this should provide us a pretty decent view of what this storm is capable of. Can I use weather-wise chasers? I don't need to. But if I did, they would be very expensive. So, no. The only chaser we can use on weather-wise is Bread Adair. But I could use them if I had enough money. But we don't got that kind of cash. Brandon's just a tad expensive. Wow, look at Pagey's view here of this tornado-warned storm in Texas. Oh. This is Storm Winter Media's view. As of right now, just looks like a big old wall of rain back there in Texas. But let's go check out our latest velocities. Yeah, that little anticyclonic circulation has completely dissipated. And it looks like we're now entering into the messy merger phase. So it's going to be a little bit of a messy transition, but as you can see, a lot of our mass on our northern supercell up here, you can see these pink areas. Watch where they start to move here as the merger comes closer. See how that's siphoning back in there? That's going to be the new RFD that's going to eventually wrap around here. And we should see a new hook echo develop on the southern side as that RFD continues to surge past and in to that southern cell there. So I think tornado genesis could be about 10 to 15 minutes away. Legitimate tornado genesis here in the short time, in a short moment here. So definitely need to keep an eye on that. A little update back over here near Oklahoma, still dealing with some severe weather. This one over here near Macon and Tribby, with some looks like they're going to be allowing that one to expire actually. And then this one down here, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind, still south of Pauls Valley, heading into Stratford. There in Oklahoma, and then back over here in Arkansas, still have this storm. Looks like the hail threat is kind of diminished, and they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire there. Let me just double check to make sure that's legitimate. Yeah. And then back over here south of Pine Bluff, we have this storm heading towards Star City with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through there. Now back over here into southern Tennessee, yet again, still keeping an eye on these storms for those brief little circulations. Not really seeing anything on radar at the moment, but if you live in Cohen, Suwannee, Sherwood, still need to be in your safe spots. Same with Deckard and Winchester as well. Give it about 5 to 10 minutes, and Deckard, Winchester, Still Springs can come out. Still Springs can come out of their safe spots right now. That circulation is past you now. Still mainly just a 70-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm right now. If we come over here to our radar Omega and check out our winds in this storm, yeah, you can definitely tell this camera a little bit further down to the south is starting to experience a little bit heavier wind here. You can see those trees moving around a lot more there. So definitely some stronger winds pulling in there. And let's come back up to this northern camera where we have a little bit of a better view, a little bit of a clearer view of what's happening. And the winds haven't quite picked up here that much. Still not. I mean, we seem to be in the main core of the wind, and we're pretty close to a lake. So if the winds get, to their peak intensity, it would probably happen here. Not really seeing much indications of that just yet. So the strongest winds haven't really pulled through in this area here of just south and east in Tullahoma. Seems like our strongest winds are probably down here further to the south, if I had to guess, in the Winchester area, where we have that other camera. This camera right here, definitely showing some pretty decent winds out over there. Yeah, I mean, you can see those trees really moving around quite a bit. So we definitely have stronger winds further down to the south. Our 70-mile-per-hour winds are probably isolated to this area here. So again, if you live in Cohen and Sherwood and Suwannee, I would continue to be in your safe spots. Little areas of circulations are still technically possible over here. Another little area here, maybe some circulation. It's kind of hard to tell. Might be something there that could just be contamination. Near Wynwood, Oklahoma. Let me see. Low precipitation hook near Wynwood. I don't know. Do we have any photos or anything to back that up? Because on radar, it's kind of hard to tell. All right, back over here near Texas. Looks like that RFD should be surging around here shortly. Should be surging around there shortly. You see, there's your outflow boundary right in that area. Storm merger is almost complete, so we'll see. We also got another storm merger coming in on the south side as well. A couple of little areas there where some mergers are going to be possible. Also got a lot of storms out here developing in this area as well, near Jayton. Those ones really shouldn't be our main threat of the day. It should be this guy back over here near this outflow boundary. If we're going to see any significant tornadoes at all, it'll probably be there. I do want to check back over here near Denver really quick. Looks like the supercell is now firing. They're Continental, trying to organize a little bit, but it's not really being very successful. Maybe a little bit of broad circulation is developing over here north of Aurora as well. Got to keep an eye on this area here in Denver. There is some indications from our earlier model runs that a tornado could be possible. All right, back over here again with our tornado warning up here near High Top and Cowan, Sherwood, Suwannee, Tennessee. Still keeping a pretty close eye in this area. Maybe a little bit of a kink here about to go into our radar near High Top. Also got some broad circulation over here near Cowan, but it's not necessarily organizing too much. And then back over here near Still Springs, our broad area of circulation has since kind of dissipated there near Shady Grove. Still Springs, Deckard, Winchester can all come out of their safe spots, but the winds are still going to be pretty high there. So if you live near a tree, I'd still stay closer to the center portion of your house. But yeah, that's the latest out there. Not really seeing any strong areas of circulation. I would assume, though, there might be some hidden rotation back over here north and west of High Top. That could be possible. just not really showing up on radar too well because it's pretty close to the surface, or at least to that, pretty close to the actual radar itself. You're in the middle of Winchester and Cohen. Yeah, if you're in between these two, you still got, I would be in your safe spots for like another 1 to 2 minutes and you should be good to go. Yeah, it looks like they're warning this northern portion of the storm here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, which isn't overly surprising given the fact that we haven't really seen very strong winds up there yet with our cameras. And what's going on with our chasers? Just absolutely no connection whatsoever. It must be a very rural area. A tall thunderstorm in a very rural area. Service is going to be hard to come by. Unfortunately. There's no signal at all. I know. It usually doesn't happen for this long. Usually it's like pretty brief. Maybe a little bit stronger circulation trying to develop here south of Cohen now. Still relatively broad. As you can see, we still have these grays in between our greens and reds, indicating that we still have some relatively broad circulation right now. But if we compare it to previous scans, you can see that it's becoming a little bit less broad as of our latest scan. So still keeping an eye on that area. Then back over here in the southern portion of our storm, where probably our strongest winds still exist, still appears to be on top of our radar, which unfortunately doesn't really give us a great understanding of what is happening there. Back over here near Huntsville and Meridianville, we do have a line of thunderstorms coming through. Nothing tornadic at this moment or severe, but I wouldn't rule out winds of up to 55 miles per hour with this line of storms, which is pretty darn close to being severe warned. So I still wouldn't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning before this line of storms comes through, like Priceville, Triana, Huntsville, or Gurley, or New Hope. Yeah, it looks like they are keeping that 70-mile-per-hour wind warning on this storm here in southern Tennessee. Yeah, it's very rural out there in Texas. Not a whole lot of people, thankfully, around where this tornado may happen. And in fact, chances are this will probably happen in the middle of a field. So that's why we're not giving this as much attention as we are in Tennessee just yet. But we're still keeping an eye on it. It's not really heavily tornadic right now. But again, once that merger completely finishes and that RFD does surge, that is when it's going to be at its most tornadic. And I still think it needs just a little bit more time. For many users as well. That's an interesting point. Yeah, that could very well be a possibility. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the same bandwidth, just like the storms are fighting for the, for similar environment. We got some semi-discrete to QLCS cell phone service out there. Too many storms trying to get into the same environment. But yeah, I mean, the only person that's even getting any wink of service right now, any tiny little band, any tiny little width of the band here is Pagey Tornado, but you can see it's just very on and off. They even have a cell phone service bar on the bottom, and it says 2 bars. And now there's an X, meaning no bars. They're barless out there. All right. Still waiting on our latest updates here. Latest update on here, though, south of Cowan, Tennessee. Still an area of some broad circulation near Rockledge, St. Mary's. Still keeping an eye on that area. Probably our most dangerous circulation that we have on any portion of the storm right now. It exists right there south and east of Cowan, but it's still pretty broad.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. We are getting an extension here of our tornado warning now into Orem, South Pittsburgh, Kimball, Jasper, Whitewell here in Tennessee. And it's probably because of this circulation right here, if I had to guess. They're being pretty cautious here. just to make sure that folks are in their safe spots by the time that circulation comes through. Do want to see, do we have any more cameras out over here?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Also, another new tornado warning has been issued out over here near Texas. Looks like they're extending it off a little bit further to the east. For Afton and East Afton and Glen, Texas, all need to be in their safe spots for this storm right now. It's like 200 chasers on one road. Yeah. That's what happens. That's what happens when you got one storm. Chasers all go to it. None of them, are, more deserving of a storm than the other. And they all got to share the road somehow. They got to figure out a way. They got to plan for it, man. They got to plan for it. They got to educate to try to minimize the storm chaser convergence as much as possible, or at least minimize the folks parking on the road. But there's like literally no communication as far as I've seen online. All they do is like complain about it and act like they deserve the road more than others, rather than actually, opening up a forum for communication.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And education. A new tornado warning has been issued for our southern storm over here near High Top, Stevenson, Bridgeport, and Shiloh. You guys need to be in your safe spots out here. We got a storm approaching you guys. In terms of an actual strong rotation, still can't really tell too much on this storm, but I'm sure somebody is reporting something with that storm to keep that tornado warning going a little bit further to the south and east. They are getting sketchy yet? Not yet. I mean, we still definitely have a line of thunderstorms here, but it seems to be struggling. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, like one over here near Mount Ida with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But again, that's relatively on the low end of things. Back over here south of Poplar Bluff, we have a storm down here near Star City I'm keeping my eye on for mainly just a hail and damaging wind threat. But other than that, we haven't really quite seen that surge just yet. Again, we should get quite the mesocyclone out of this, according to our latest models, but so far it's mainly just a line of rain and thunder, maybe a little bit of wind. I do want to check back over here with this storm really quick. I'm still not seeing a whole lot of strong rotation in this thing south of Roaring Springs, moving down towards 193. They need to coordinate together. Exactly. I was thinking about it. It's like, what's the best thing that chasers can do to lower convergence and traffic? Carpooling. If you know it's going to be a mesocyclone day, right? Or a mesoscale day with one storm that's going to be pretty much on the same storm that everybody chases, all meet at a gas station, carpool, lower the traffic. If they're not going to communicate, then the problem's only going to get worse because, again, you can't stop people from chasing. And the thing that I worry about is that it's just going to continue to be a worse and worse problem. Someone's going to get hurt, and then a bill's going to get passed. And then it'll require somebody to pay for a storm chasing license, and all of a sudden the rich can chase and the poor can't chase anymore. And that's, there needs to be some communication there. Latest scan here, looks like we're getting some pretty strong winds now moving south of Suwannee. Maybe a little bit of circulation there as well. Still trying to develop south of St. Mary's. Not seeing a correlation coefficient on this storm right now south of Suwannee yet. But some debris cannot be ruled out for that storm. And still waiting on a clear picture for our storm here in High Top. Still radar indicated as of our latest update here south of Suwannee. Our storm chasers are struggling. I've never seen it this bad. This has got to be like some sort of cell phone outage. Oh. Here's a picture from Storm Hunter Media. They're near the Dow. And they are in traffic. Strong winds here, too. Wow. It looks like bandwidth is shutting down service out here. There's so many chasers in this small area. Yeah, there's your RFD surge. right there. We are starting to get some stronger winds with this storm in Texas. Man, look at those winds. That's at least 60, 70 mile per hour winds there. Maybe a little bit stronger.
Got you guys back.
Definitely need to keep an eye on this. Thankfully, we just got a brief view of that storm there. All right, latest scan over here. Still some pretty strong winds here south of Midway and a circulation back over here south of Sewanee. But still not seeing a tight couplet form, but I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this storm north of Shorewood. We're starting to finally get a view of our circulation over here near James D. Mountain Sky Wildlife Management Area. And not really seeing much in terms of strong rotation. We definitely have a kink here. So this little area of green might maybe become a little bit more pronounced as this gets a little bit further from our radar. And what is that? Okay. Yeah, that's out in front of the storm. So I think that's clear air as far as I can tell. You need to be worried that this storm is intensifying right near that chaser convergence. It's definitely it's definitely still going through the merger. Strong winds seem to be surging around this storm, but it's getting a lot of mergers right now. It's going to need to clear out all these mergers before it really tries to become tornadic. It's got one left. After that, that is probably when we see this thing really start to get more organized. As this storm, pretty much all the storm is doing right now is, remember when we were talking about how the storm needs more mass? Well, this is what's doing it. You can see the more mergers it gets, the bigger the storm is. And in fact, if we go back and compare this to what it looked like earlier, came back about 50 scans. You can see how scraggly it looked, before these mergers started. Then we got this merger. Watch, as it comes in, increases the mass. A couple more mergers to the south, increases the mass further, which means the RFD will be stronger, increasing the likelihood that our mesocyclone forms and latches onto this outflow boundary, which you can see it is firmly latched onto it right now. So that is my theory on these little outflow mesocyclone days. You need mergers to increase the mass of the storm so that RFD can surge, and that's what we're getting here. So this storm definitely has that potential here to drop a strong tornado in the short-term potential. And thank you, Dana Werewolf, for the 99 cents. Thank you so much. Well, thank you. Yeah, latest scan still have maybe a couplet here. Maybe a couplet heading towards Pleasant Grove and Bass, Alabama. I have no idea what's going on with signal in this area. I think there's just too many. I think there's so many chasers near that storm that it's decreasing the bandwidth, because that little brief moment that we had where Garrett came in, he said, I don't know what's going on. My cell phone says that we have plenty of service. So I really do think chaser convergence could be causing service to tank. I think DFW will see bad tornadoes tonight and tomorrow. A QLCS tornado threat will exist, but as far as I can tell in our models, the storms should be mainly outflow dominant and a damaging wind threat. And there's definitely some decent winds here, just to the north and east of High Top. And maybe a couplet up here. I'm still waiting for our latest scan to come in. But that's what I'm seeing right now with the storm. Other areas, not seeing a couplet, just some stronger winds. Out over here near 24, I still wouldn't rule out this thing trying again. So I still want South Pittsburgh, Jasper, Kimball, Whitewell, Stevenson, Bridgeport, and Shiloh to continue to be sheltered in place. there would have to be hundreds of them to cause bandwidth issues. There are legitimately hundreds of them. And it's not only that, they're all using high demand radar programs and weather models all at the same time, which puts a lot of stress, or at least it causes an issue when you have a lot more data per phone. So you don't need as many people if there all are taking up a lot of data. These radar programs are not cheap in terms of the data requirements. And also, a lot of them are streaming, which causes even more data to be transferred. At a TDS, let me check. Could be. Yeah, that might be a tornadic debris signature there north and west of Cave Springs. This could be on the ground. North and west of Cave Springs, and I'm very well could be. It's a little bit too close to the radar station for me to be 100% sure, but that very well could be a debris signature there north and west of Cave Springs. So if you live in Cave Springs, Pleasant Grove, a potential tornado is coming right at you here. So if you live in Bass, Pleasant Grove, Alabama, please be continuing to shelter in place. Also, they have officially issued a severe thunderstorm warning on a southern portion of our storm. That's going to be for Gurley, Scottsboro, Savannah, Rainsville, Fife, and Fort Payne here in Alabama. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Everybody needs to be hoping that my power does not go out. That is very well good. Streaming in 4K was planned? Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, it's a lot of high demand for data out there. So it's that time of year. And not only not only is this a storm in a mesoscale environment, it's really the only storm to chase in Texas, and the only area where a significant tornado that you could actually see could happen. It is also summer for a lot of high schoolers and college kids. Oh yeah, the storm is starting to do it here. It is now ingesting that last merger. So I expect this storm to become tornadic very, very soon. Pagey's got a view of something. Her stream is in and out. Not sure if that's the main circulation or not. And I might have to check. Even though our chasers are right there, we might have to just find the chaser that's got the best data setup. And thank you, Werewolf, for the 5. You're in Red Bank, close to Chattanooga. Why a tornado warning? Red Bank near Chattanooga. So you're not in a tornado warning yet, unless you live west of Red Bank. Then you should be in your safe spots. But it's tornado warning because we've been having these little circulations along the leading edge. We've actually got a new one developing over here north and east of Franklin State Forest. So folks should still be sheltered in place out here in southern Tennessee. And we might have just had a brief tornado, but not seeing that signal anymore on our storm here. So that most likely has lifted if it was on the ground. Oh, Storm Runner Media is back with another view just in time. Let's listen in. Maybe they got some theories.
This is unfortunately going to be the reality of today's stream. There's too many people.
Yeah, cell phone towers are getting fried by these chasers for sure.
Rapid motion right above my head here. Very rapid motion above my head.
No. We just get these little brief moments where we see this. Yeah, I need to try to find a chaser out here in Texas that has better service, hopefully. Let me check live storm or severe studios. We got Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl seems to have some service. I keep my eye on his feed as well. Yeah, looks like our rotation is strengthening here. Near 193. Definitely strengthening. So the storm is probably pretty close. The good news is it's pretty much out in the field except for East Afton. But as you can see, also in East Afton, there's really not too many folks that live out here. But if you are one of the couple of houses that are in this area, I would certainly continue to be sheltered in place here in Texas. That storm is probably pretty close to trying to produce a tornado. And Ryan Scholl lost his feed as well. Storm Hunter Media may be back for a close moment, but let's do an update over here in Tennessee first. Yeah, still not seeing any new debris signatures, and it looks like we're mainly dealing with a damaging wind threat again down in the southern warning. Further up to the north, still a little bit of a couplet up over here near Comfort. Actually, that might have produced a brief NATO. That's a couple minutes behind there. Yeah, that might be another brief NATO there north and east of Comfort here in Tennessee. Let me see. Oh, no. Okay. Latest scans just came in. That is not a debris signature. Tornado would be located here, but that is the clear air. Yeah. Definitely still some rotations in some portions of this line right now. It's not even raining. Yeah, the storm's not there yet. What a unique scenario. This has never happened before. I'm going to keep a couple of chasers up and ready. Just in case. One of them has just a tiny inkling of service when that storm drops a tornado. Where am I at? I'm back over in here. I'm somewhere within this circle here. Some storms are approaching. Hopefully they're not severe and I don't have to worry about my power going out. But if my stream randomly disconnects, that is a power outage issue. All right, so here's what the storm looks like. And that appears to be rotating quite a bit, actually. This is in Texas. Be some rotation in there. Not seeing any tubes. Finally, I have a view on this thing.
Everybody lost data down there because everybody's spotter dots are yellow.
Oh my gosh. Everybody lost service. That's crazy. Well, at least some folks are getting their service back.
One thing if we had Starlink, but Starlink was down.
Yeah, I think one of the main issues is that not only, there's like only one cell phone tower. Oh. That's something there? No, that's a clearing there as well. You used to live in Huntsville? Nice. It's a great city. If you're going to live anywhere in Alabama, Huntsville is probably the best place to be. In my opinion. I love Huntsville. All right, let's come back over and check in on our storm in the Texas region here. That most likely is inflow pouring into the storm, not necessarily an area of rotation yet. Does kind of seem like, though, there is some reflectivity over that area. Man, the storm wants to do it, you can tell. That's kind of interesting thing here I'm noticing is that It kind of seems like our outflow boundary left it behind, though. There could be a little strand of it still pushing into the storm. It's just not visible on radar right now. And if it doesn't produce a tornado, that's why. Because the outflow boundary, the storm lifted from the outflow boundary. And if it does, then we know that there's still a little bit of a strand back in there. It's still possible that there's a little bit of a strand of an outflow there. Yeah, I mean, generally, still some pretty strong winds here. We actually are seeing another little couplet develop over here near Stevenson. Here in Alabama, about to head into Haynes Crossing. Shiloh, Bridgeport should be continuing to be in their safe spots. Oh, wait, Farrah, I do appreciate you putting in those messages every now and then. That is helpful. Back over here near Tupelo, where we have some mini supercells trying to develop earlier. Looks like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Mankashi and Fulton. Back over here north of Jackson, we have a storm over here with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Durant. South of Pine Bluff, another 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour windstorm heading towards Star City. Still haven't really seen this storm really gust out yet. So it looks like that boundary interaction or that outflow and some stable air is still impacting the storm's ability to really form into an MCS there. And then back over here, maybe even some ping pong ball sized hail near Mount Ida there in Arkansas. Near the Oklahoma City area, looks like we have a storm trying to develop here and drop some hail on you guys. Over there near Minkle and Tuttle. Have a storm that is pushing off to the north, maybe east. $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, pushing off towards you guys there. It is starting to thunder where I am now. And then let me just check one more time on this guy. Yeah, still is struggling to get that rotation organized. I'm still not sure if this is a legitimate area of circulation or not. It does seem like there is some reflectivity there. We come over here to Storm Intermedia's feed. You can definitely see the storms are barreling a little bit. Jeez, looks like an angry storm. It seemed like the cell service is getting a little bit better, though. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you guys on Storm Intermedia's feed for just a little bit. Give me about 30 seconds.
Not overly confident in its abilities. Yeah, okay, that's definitely a shelf cloud.
A new tornado
Yeah, it's probably
warning
still
has
got
been issued.
stops on it. It can still be a strong outflow dominant storm. Just outflow dominant usually does not coincide with tornadoes.
Hey, that storm looks crazy now.
Tornado all day was when we did not have the.
See how much different the storm looks when it's got all that mass inside of it? It just looks so much more expansive, so much more legitimate of a storm when it has more mass.
One, weren't in a position to get any video, and two, we didn't have service.
You think that's going to produce? Just really depends on where that outflow boundary is. As far as I can tell, just by looking at the storm, it does seem like there is a little bit of a leg of that outflow boundary still pushing into the storm. So I do think it still has that capability to produce.
Why do they wait till stuff goes outflow dominant to say that?
Looks like the Wabash trying to ramp back up again.
Question mark?
We'll see. We'll see what happens. That's this storm over here. Yeah, still got a weird signal over here. That might be legitimate there near East Afton. I'm just not sure. It seems a little bit side loby to me, but you can kind of see there is still a little bit of a storm there. Like that might be the initial portions of its hook. I mean, potentially some strong rotation. starting to develop now just north and east of East Afton. I think that's legitimate there. We could be very close to a tornado here in Texas. Let's come back over here to northeastern Alabama and parts of Tennessee. Thank you, Lynx, for sending one gifted membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, strong wind still coming through here. Maybe another little couplet back over here near Meriton or Hollywood, Alabama, heading towards Pisgah. And then near Bridgeport and Silo, still some strong winds. I'm not seeing any new areas of stronger rotation, though. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Just north of the road.
That looks interesting to the right there.
I just want to get to where I can see.
And y'all are having fun because I am not.
Wow.
I feel you, Red Man. That was very aggravating.
Okay, never mind. That might be about to do it.
I said, I am not dealing with this. I am leaving.
Yeah, storm chasers are throwing a fit.
I'm just south of the highway on a dirt road paralleling it.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe tonight on Twitter, there's like a Twitter space where everyone talks about how to lower convergence, but I really do feel like tonight the chasers are going to go up on Twitter and start complaining and being and mowing, saying I'm the only one that's supposed to be able to have connection out here.
Somewhere.
But hey, my hope is for constructive conversation.
Has an opportunity to turn southeast again.
I hope everybody stays mature, constructive conversation, and it gets figured out. That's what I'm hoping. Man, I think that's a funnel now. That is very close to trying to drop a tornado there.
Looks like that's rotating.
I think that's a funnel.
That's what it is. There's your lowering.
Wow.
Right here.
That is rotating pretty
Yeah, that's a
well.
lot of motion there.
I'm headed back up the 193 on 265.
Oh, yeah. That's about the plant. That is certainly a funnel. You can see the motion in there quite clearly.
Definitely wrapping in there.
That is about to plant.
We found all our chasers.
Watch the ground for any circulation.
Come on, just come to the ground. That's a...
Oh, just got a big surge of inflow here. Oh yeah, there's a nice white tube rotating. It's not like organized enough to be a funnel, but it's a nice little nipple.
No, that's definitely a funnel.
I'm trying to locate the nipple.
Definitely a funnel. A lot of motion in there. I think Brandon's too far away to see it.
On 193.
Yeah.
Hey, firm.
Yeah, man.
The circulation is getting wrapped.
Wow.
Come on, you're so good.
It is in the middle of a field. Oh, it's dissipating. It's getting skinnier.
Oh, brother. And now it's disappearing.
It's disappearing now.
That was close. But it couldn't do it. It'll have to recycle again.
I'm headed back north as well.
It's well north of the road, so you should be all right.
There it goes.
Yeah, the
Funnel
nipple
completely
is,
dissipated.
The mezzo's
Wow.
pretty much
That
north of the
came
road.
so close to producing a tornado. My goodness. If there's anybody that lives out there, they just dodged a bullet.
Yeah, they're probably going to extend that tornado warning if they haven't already.
Wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if that maybe even had some brief circulation there that we couldn't see on the ground, but that was dang close. Yeah, on radar, you can see, man, definitely a decent area of circulation right in there. That's where that funnel was. That's where that funnel was, just north of the road. That's exactly. I think Storm Radar Media is like right here, looking right up at that area, and it was so darn close. But it looks like that's occluding into the storm, and maybe a new circulation will form on the south side. So I definitely see them extending this tornado warning here shortly. All right, let's come back over here into the Tennessee, Alabama area. Yeah, maybe a new area of some stronger winds heading into Pisgah. Wouldn't rule out a brief NATO there. Still want Pisgah, Ider, Sylvania, Powell, Rainsville, Valley Head, Fort Payne to continue to be in their safe spots. And then back over here near Shiloh and Bridgeport. Still a little bit of a couplet maybe there. It's kind of hard to tell. We're getting some weird weird interference here on our radar, but this definitely could be a couplet there still.
A new tornado warning has been
And then
issued.
over here near White Well, look at this. An area of circulation developing there, just to the west of White Well, heading off towards Suck Creek, Mineral Springs, Haletown, Lads, and Lone Oak. Suck Creek. Famous for, what creeks do. Suck, I guess. I don't know. All right. Rivers and creeks. That's what they do. And it's nothing nefarious. It's nothing nefarious. It's not what it looks like. Aye. Only in Alabama, or that might be Tennessee. Yeah, look at the storm now. Very interesting. It's definitely going through a cycle here. Definitely going through a cycle. Not looking nearly as organized as it did before, but still certainly worth keeping an eye on. What I'm wondering is, so part of nudger theory is storms in the forward flank. Sometimes storms in the forward flank, what they can do, because every little storm has a little area of cold air kind of wrapping around on the backside. And whenever you get a storm in the forward flank, that cold air sometimes gets ingested in the storm back here. But as far as radar goes, there still is a decent area of circulation here. It wasn't completely dissipated. Just, from the view. Let me check this view from them. Yeah, I think our circulation is back there to the left. Potentially. On the left side there. Yeah. Got a clear slot still there. What about Memphis? And we can go look at Memphis. Over here near the Memphis area, looks like you guys are getting some rain, some wind. Thankfully, the storm has not surged yet. But it should eventually surge. That is the thought process here. Also, a little mini supercell trying to happen out over here. I don't think that circulation is legitimate there. It could be, actually. It's kind of close to that mesocyclone, actually. But we really shouldn't have much of a tornado threat further down to the south, but who knows? Mother Nature, it's mesoscale season. Mother Nature can surprise us. There should be a little bit of an outflow boundary draped here. So maybe that's what's happening. We're getting a couple of smaller supercells try to latch onto that outflow boundary. All right, back over here. Yeah, southern rotations, not seeing them. Still got this guy, though. We still have another little circulation over here near Mineral Springs. Trying to redevelop. So it's definitely still being your safe spots there at Mineral Springs. The one over here near White Well and Suck Creek. It looks like they have dissipated there for a brief moment, but I would still want folks to be continuing to be in their safe spots there. Yeah, we definitely have a clear slot wrapping around our storm in Texas.
Side note, look at all of these people, guys.
Yep. All allowed to be there. Everybody's chasing storms together. That's what makes the storm chasing community great.
That could be giant hail. Not just, 3 inches is giant hail, but that looks like.
Yeah, look at that.
Really giant. That looks
definitely still a storm. You can see it's still quite tilted.
It's gorgeous.
Any idea when it might surge? I don't know.
Yeah, look at people.
The storms in the forward flank might help or might push the storm to be outflow dominant.
We just gotta figure out what we gotta do to keep ahead of it.
I still wouldn't rule out a tornado for sure, but in order to get the most effective tornadic storm here, Need some sort of storm, a merger to kind of nudge this storm. We really don't have that. We have storms up here, but that's not going to really help nudge it. We need like a storm to like come up like from here and then maybe nudge the storm from there. But as of right now, according to Nudger theory, all these storms in the forward flank are introducing these little areas of cold air, which might push the storm to become outflow dominant. But as far as I could tell, it still seems like the storm should have access to a little bit of warm inflow still. So the rotation, though, is struggling to organize, probably because of that main factor there. But I still wouldn't rule out a tornado in a brief moment. But I mean, you can definitely see we still have a massive storm, a storm that is massive, and it's got a lot of mass inside of it, is what I mean by that. Not as in terms it's like a big storm that we've never seen before. We've seen these storms all the time, but it's got a lot of mass. So definitely still worth keeping an eye on. All right, latest scan on our storm here south of White Well. Looks like that area of rotation is starting to dissipate a little bit, and another new circulation is developing here near Haletown. Still want anybody like in and along this line to continue to be sheltered in place, as it is still certainly possible that we see a new tornado try to drop eventually.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Wow, so this is now an observed tornado apparently. Are we missing something here?
It says the tornado is observed.
Huh?
Oh, they just increased the size of flux. We got softball.
Yeah, we also got hail of up to 4 inches in this storm, by the way, as well. It has an observed tag.
15 miles northeast of Dickens, moving east at 25.
I feel like we have a really good view of that right here.
Is the tornado in the room with you guys? Because I definitely don't see it on your stream.
There's rapid rotation in there. I see where it would be, and it is not down right now, unless it's further to the east, or excuse me, to the north.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's down visually, at least yet. Yeah, there is rapid rotation.
There's kind of something. There's like something right there in the middle of the screen. Y'all see that? Little finger reaching down. That was suspicious looking. And that's the only thing I see.
Guys, give a warm welcome back to the antenna, which,
I feel like it's back there.
well, actually, perfect timing.
It's like ground scraping over there, but it is definitely
I have
not
no
down.
roof camera control.
Yeah, I don't know. They're saying confirmed tornado. I don't see tornado.
I can no longer
We can't
Not
see
a
it.
tornado.
You need to turn that off.
Yeah, I got no control.
It does that to you.
See through everything in the base. It does not appear down. It looks close.
Yeah, I mean, we just listened in there for a little bit. Although this is observed, no chasers have a visual on it. So maybe a dust NATO was reported. I don't know, unless it's somewhere back in here that nobody can see. But I mean, the main area of circulation is right there, and Storm Intermedia is like right here. They were looking back at that area, and they didn't see a tornado. So I don't know, but it seems like we might have gotten an erroneous report. Maybe somebody was looking, and there was a little hill, and they thought that lowering that Storm Intermedia was looking at was on the ground. But from Storm Intermedia's perspective, it definitely was low to the ground, but it did not appear to be on the ground. So not really sure. Back up over here near Oklahoma City, still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings with 1-inch hail coming into the city area, some $half sized hail further down to the south heading into Washington, Oklahoma. Back over here near Stratford, still an area of some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading in that direction. Near Fort Smith, keeping an eye on this storm near Talina. I think that's what it's. Yeah, Talihina. Heading off towards the east. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that's not on the ground. It's a low circulation. So I don't know. I mean, that is exactly where that area of rotation would be. And there's nothing on the ground. So I don't know. I do not know. Must have been an erroneous report. But yeah, 1-inch hail heading into Talina. there. Back over here in Arkansas, we're still monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms south of Haskell, heading into Toll, Poyen, Prattsville, and then also over here near Whitehall and Pine Bluff, wind and channel 60-mile-per-hour winds heading in that direction as well. Got to monitor these cells out here, but they don't really seem to be getting it overly organized in terms of their rotation. So looks like any cell that tries to latch onto that boundary only does so for a little bit. Back over here, looks like they have officially allowed the tornado warnings to expire back out over here in parts of Tennessee, but we still have a couple here into parts of Alabama, and not really seeing any dangerous rotations yet on the leading edge of this storm. It does seem like this storm is starting to peter out a little bit, so we might actually see these tornado warnings expire. Back over here in Texas, still monitoring this storm, still seems a little bit outflow dominated. There still is an area of some decent rotation, though, back in this region of the storm that is still worth monitoring. Thankfully, this is a very unpopulated region, but still could be some folks out here. Let's see. Do we see any houses? Maybe some farmsteads could be out there. So I'd still be sheltered in place. Let's see. Weather spotters confirm tornado. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go back over here and check in on Storm Hunter Media, see if we can just listen into anybody, see if anybody else is seeing anything.
Because he's riding that notch.
Yeah, somebody 2 minutes ago reported softball-sized hail, 4.5 inches on the road.
Oh, wow. That's bigger than our current hail.
There we go. Thank you.
Apparently 4.5-inch hail is now in this storm.
So 2 minutes ago, there was 110% confirmation of softball-sized hail in this storm.
Wow. That's some big hail.
If you ask me. Matas, thank you so much for the Cash App.
Back there.
That is one thing that happens a lot when there's a lot of chasers near a storm, is that the erroneous report chances do skyrocket, because you never really know who's out there. All chasers can chase, but I will say not all chasers will be experienced chasers. It's like Pagey has a pretty unique view of the storm right now. Check this out. They're like right in the inflow.
I see rapid rain is hail. Wow. I finally got an 04
I mean, we're in the right spot.
to stick my head out and film.
Looks like we might be about to get a different view here. Maybe. Maybe not. We'll keep an eye on it. I don't think we're looking at the tornadic portion there. They're like right in the inflow of the storm, though. Well, chasers go by in a line. Yeah, that's how it happens, man. It's the only storm in the area that could go tornadic, so that's where all the storm chasers are going to be. All right, yeah, latest scan out here. Yeah, still some pretty strong winds. Yeah, just keep in mind, you know, you'll get these perspectives from some chasers out there. It's not going to be all of them, but from some chasers, you might hear them say, like, "Wow, this, you know, like there shouldn't be this many people out here," or stuff like that. It's not true. Everybody's allowed to storm chase. Everybody gets an opportunity. It just so happens that, you know, this is a unique situation where there's really only one storm in the plains that can produce a tornado. So everybody's going to be there, but it doesn't happen like that all the time. And everybody has the same right to be chasing the storm as everybody else. Yeah, latest scan with these storms here in Alabama. Looks like they're going to be in pushing this off to the east as a severe thunderstorm warning here with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe a new little couplet, though, trying to develop here near Deerhead Grove that might cause an extension. Maybe not as wide spread of an extension, but maybe a more focused polygon here near 59, heading into Georgia near like Macyville, Davis Crossroads, Kensington. Get more rights, remember? That is how it happens, though. That is not a false statement. People who make more money and get more views have more rights. That's just America for you. Look at this view from Pagey.
Yeah, I think it's behind us.
Alright, I'm about to roll this window up.
Dominator.
Oh yeah, look, it's the Dominator.
Just a little bit longer, okay?
We have service.
I am like half a corner. It's gone.
Are they gonna try to
There, all those people.
hang out in the hail? There's 100% confirmation that we have 4.5-inch hail inside of this storm right now. I don't think it's gonna be very smart to get in the hail core. It's not about being smart. It's about experiencing Mother Nature at her strongest, which is what Pagey and Bryce are all about. Man, look at that motion on that cloud there. On the top of the screen. That thing is a moving.
There's rain blowing out.
Wow.
So this has to be RFD, right?
You would think, so that would mean the tornado would be right back in there.
A lot of motion on those storms, or on those clouds in front of them.
I know, that's what I'm...
Okay, they lost southwest of Demont.
Oh, strong winds.
Is it the hail truck?
Yeah, that's the hail truck.
What are they doing?
He's not even sticking around to find out if this is in here or not.
And not even the hail truck wants to see what the hail's about. If the hail truck's running from the hail, that's not a good sign. Yeah, the RFD is coming through this area here. I'm not seeing any signs of a tornado, though.
Thinking about going off again.
We haven't seen any power flashes.
I can't see
There's some
anything.
power lines.
Yeah, we don't want...
Oh, I don't think that was the Dominator. I think that was Tiv.
This side of those.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. I mean, they're Pagey Tornado and Bryce. I mean, they are like right in this area. Like they just literally turned right there. And I mean, there's still some decent, what appears to be some decent rotation on this storm near 193. That still could be close to trying to produce there. We'll see. Also, it seems like a lot of mergers are coming from the south, too. They're about to be interacting with this storm. At forward flank, the storm in its forward flank did clear out, though. So maybe it's got like just a couple of minutes here to produce a tornado. Like a brief tornado. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, it looks like this tornado warning expires in 4 minutes, and our areas of circulations have officially moved out of the tornado warning. And when I say circulations, I'm meaning pretty weak ones at this moment. Not really seeing anything strong or consolidated in any of these areas right now. Mainly just some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now we're getting a look back into the inflow of the storm. I mean, that couplet is pretty much right on top of their head.
No!
Only some stronger winds in this area. Not seeing any NATO back there.
Oh, hail, golf balls. Well, green just moistened the inflow for us, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, wow.
Is that something?
There's literally a car in the middle of the road. Is that the Dominator? Oh, okay. That is the Dominator.
I do too, right back in there. Is that where you're seeing it?
Yeah, it looks like they're reporting some wrapping rain curtains in our Texas storm. Come back to our radar here and check in on that. Yeah, I mean, definitely some decent rotation still in this storm. Does seem to be a little bit broader than it was. You can actually finally see that outflow boundary potentially right in this area. Ooh, drew that a little funky. Right in there. The storm still has some strong tornado potential, but it'll be interesting to see how it handles these mergers coming in. It might be running out of time to produce here. We'll see. I still wouldn't rule out a briefer tornado in there in the short term. Definitely some very large hail in this storm, though. Wow. Now upgraded to 5-inch hail, folks. 5-inch hail is on this storm now. My goodness. Pagey needs to get out of there. Run! They lost service. Oh. Oh boy. Oh no. I'll know about all that. This is the view here from Store Butter Media, who's still out there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You see that storm from afar. Yeah, a new tornado warning has been issued. 5-inch hail still. Now it's radar indicated, but look at our latest scan here. That is probably the strongest couplet we have seen yet on our storm south and west of Dumont. That has really gotten organized there in a short amount of time. South and west of Dumont, which Pagey Tornado and Bryce were saying they saw wrapping rain curtains earlier, which could be an indication of that they were looking at that circulation earlier. All right, looks like they do have service back. Let's listen in to make sure they don't get smacked by any 5-inch hail.
Oh yeah, the hail truck's in position.
Oh my.
And I wish we had a live stream from the hail truck. That would be something to behold.
Dang thing. I couldn't get it off my phone. What is going on? There's like a hook in the hail core.
Yes, a hook in the hail core. That's right. That's exactly
There's
what
a
I'm seeing.
hook in the hail core. There's a freaking hook in the out. What is going on?
Look in the hail core.
Oh. Where am I going?
All right, I see where the hook in the hail core is. Right there.
Oh wow.
Jeez Louise. I'll know about all that. Not a big fan of 5-inch hail. I don't know. Now it's looking a little bit contaminated, but I mean, that could be hail contamination or it could be legitimate rotation. It's kind of hard to tell, to be honest. Like it looked pretty organized there, but it still kind of looks blocky. But given the fact that we've had reports of wrapping rain curtains, I'm still inclined to believe that this is a legitimate circulation there. Yeah, hook in the hail core. Meaning it basically just meaning that if you want to see the tornado, you're also going to have to see some 5-inch hail. All right, little update over here. They have allowed our northern tornado warning over here in Alabama to expire, and we still got this one over here near Fort Payne. Will expire in 12 minutes. I still want Valley Head and Fort Payne to continue to be in their safe spots, but the good news is for Fort Payne, just not really seeing a whole lot of rotation along our southern edge of the line right now. I still wouldn't rule out eventually a circulation developing, but yeah, that is the latest out over here in Tennessee. Back over here in Mississippi, we have a couple of storms out here with some 1-inch hail and $half-dollar sized hail heading into Water Valley. Saw a little bit of rotation developing there just to the west of Water Valley. Might have to keep an eye on that. And then back over here near Saltillo and Mantachi near Fulton. Have a couple of smaller supercells still trying to do something out here. A line of storms is definitely not surging, which means our damaging wind threat might be a little bit on the smaller side. We'll see if it can actually get organized. We also have a couple of areas of rotation out over here in Arkansas near Warren, north of Monticello, where we still have a couple of supercells, most likely near an outflow boundary, trying to take advantage of the environment out here fully. Over here near Pine Bluff, we do have a severe storm near you guys with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then just to your west near Sheridan, another area with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east. Back over here into the Oklahoma City area, we have a mess of storms out here, all with different hail potentials. This one over here near Tuttle has the potential to drop 1-inch hail on it. This one over here near Moore has the potential to drop $half sized hail on it. And then this one down over here near Washington, Oklahoma, has the potential for ping pong ball sized hail. It seems like the further south you go, the bigger the hail gets with those storms. Also, this storm is still doing stuff, but and still showing a weird signal here just to the east of 193. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing, by the way? We haven't talked in a while. We've been getting a little busy. We're getting a wee busy. But how is everybody? Doing good? I am doing great. Scared of ping pong and 5-inch hail? Well, the good news is nobody is really going to be getting, not many people are actually going to be seeing this 5-inch hail. We do have a couple of folks that live out here that will get, I think Dumont is probably the area that should be the most scared out here for that 5-inch hail. As you can see, there's probably a collective of maybe 100 to 200 people that live there, and they are probably going to get smacked with that hail. But yeah, I mean, this should be one of the only storms with that capability. Did you know you have a subreddit? No. What is it about? Is it good or bad? Is that bad news? Is that a good thing? Nobody has posted it in it for a year? Well, somebody go post in there. Let's bring it back. All right, latest scan here. Still a little couplet in this storm. I still don't know if that's hail contamination or not. We haven't seen a debris signature or a tornado on the ground from any of our chaser perspectives, but still looks pretty interesting. It seems like, though, that merger is now pushing up into our storm. You see it formed to the south and is now moving into the southern portion of the storm, which again should put the brakes on tornadic activity here for the short moment. Do I remember you? Saturn. I don't know. Maybe. I don't recognize your screen name. And I'm usually pretty good at remembering. Help. 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 No? Not ringing a bell, help. Sorry. How long have you been viewing the channel, help? Just wondering. So maybe I can jog my memory. Who's help? Yeah, I mean, this all collectively here is just a really messy radar scan. I'm still wondering if this is just all hail contamination and this storm might just be outflow dominated. You subscribed a few minutes ago? Interesting. All right, latest scan over here. Still no more rotation. I think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire here in Alabama. This line of storms is definitely losing its marbles. It's becoming marvelous. Keep hearing noises outside. What is going on? And Chazzy just barked. Let me check that out. All right. Well, back. Came in a little bit too hot there. Now, let's take this out from Storm Runner Media's perspective. They are out a little bit ahead of the storm.
Yeah.
Definitely looks like a big storm. That storm has got a heck of a lot of mass in it.
Your structure, guys. You ain't gonna get. Well, you can get better, but.
Yeah, it's got structure. Would I call it top tier? Would I agree with that statement? Probably not. It's definitely got some cool looks to it. It's ominous looking. I mean, it checks all the boxes for a storm that I would like to experience. And if that was in Alabama, ooh, that is some top tier structure for Alabama. But in comparison to what Texas can spit out, it's a little bit on the meh of the structure scale. But I still a nice looking storm with some freaking giant hail in it. Thank you, Kathleen, for the $1.14. All right, getting creative with your numbers in your donation. I like it. Being in the Kentucky chat was Kennedy. Okay. Yeah. These storms are looking elevated. I think a tornado threat out here is getting relatively low. See how this merger just absolutely disrupted this storm's ability to rotate. I think the next thing we wait for is to see if this is going to transition into that damaging wind threat, potentially. Yeah, it's got gigantic hail, DVD-sized hail. I mean, 5-inch hail is about as big as hail as you can get. And yeah, definitely don't want to mess around with a storm like that. Not at all. Good news is that so far our enhanced risk out here really hasn't done too much, and neither has our. I mean, we technically have a 5% tornado risk up here as well. And so far, so good for now. We'll see what ends up happening. Because this line is still supposed to surge at some point, become more of a damaging wind threat. So far, no supercell is taking advantage of our little tornado environment out here. Check back over here near Fort Payne. Yeah. Not looking overly interesting. I will say maybe a little bit of a stronger wind gust over here near Lafayette here in Georgia. Five and a half? Oh my goodness. That's big friggin' hail. That's that kind of hail. If it hits you in the head, you start speaking a different language.
exactly what's going on, but that cop is hauling going north.
I like what's happening on the. I think we got Humboldt's waves on the top of this.
Bro will drive
Maybe?
into a tornado, but a tick is.
He turned on his lights after he
I
passed.
said bro will drive into a tornado, but a tick.
Well,
is when
because
he
at least
crossed
that can
the
give you Lyme disease.
Well, tornado didn't kill you a lot faster than Lyme disease will.
Well, yeah, but I can control that. I can't control that.
Yeah, you just screamed past me there.
Well, I can't control what a tornado does, but I can make my decisions. With a tick, you don't know how long if they get into you, how long that they've been in there.
You just gotta be vigilant. Check.
Dang. Honestly, a conversation to be had. What's more dangerous, a tick or a tornado? Let's listen in to see if we ever get a conclusion.
TVS on a little storm south of Amarillo.
And no, that ain't happening.
No.
That cold front already passed it.
Yeah,
That ain't happening.
that ain't happening.
You
I
look
agree
back
with
at
that.
the cold front that already surged behind it.
I can't see the cold front.
Yeah, this storm's becoming a blob. Very blobulous right now. Lots of mergers in here and a lot of hail contamination. Kind of hard to tell exactly what's happening in this storm. It looks like we have a couple areas of rotation still in here, but all of that could be hail contamination. In fact, that might be the first push here of our damaging wind threat later on today. This might end up being our the mesocyclone starter kit happening here. Kind of like turning the key. Just getting that mesocyclone started. Not right now, but can I tell you what the Northeast is looking like? Like for what? Particularly derpy blob. It is a little bit derpy. Probably because it keeps on getting in the hit in the head with some 5-inch hail. This one down here is worn for golf balls. Heading up towards 82. Check out the Oklahoma City area. Yeah, still a mess up here. Wonder if we got to watch out for like a brief, like high precipitation tornado threat up here. Sometimes when you just get a bunch of cells kind of just all merged together, you can get a big old mess of things happening. As you get these little RFDs that get pushed out, and then eventually sometimes you can get rotations. You have to watch out for that up here. And like if a tornado happens near the Oklahoma City area, that is what will cause it. Very high precipitation, just mess. Yeah, so far so good. Like no area along this leading edge of this line is warned for any damaging winds. And this was supposed to be the main damaging wind threat. So it does seem like that early morning convection, early afternoon convection has played a role here. And thank you, Sassy, for one continuing to be sassy and never changing, and also for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. And yeah, officially all of our tornado warnings have expired out over here in Tennessee and Alabama. So that is done for. That threat is gone. Now, I still wouldn't rule out like a brief circulation, just to be safe. So you don't have to be in your safe spots out over here near Summerville and Georgia into Tunnel Hill or Varnell. But I would still, have a plan in place just in case this line continues to be a little bit surprising. But it's wild. This line of storms did not exist on the HRRR this like early afternoon at all, and it has stayed alive all the way into Chattanooga and Dalton, which is crazy. Elevated flood threat. Yeah, I can see that happening. A little bit of a flood threat out here. There's definitely a lot of slow-moving cells down here in southern Arkansas. They don't really seem to be training over the same areas, though. That's the thing. And then once this thing swoops in, it's going to swoop those storms out. So as long as this doesn't stall, it should be good for at least for some significant flooding. We'll see. Maybe some smaller instances of flooding could be possible. Let's check on weather radar Omega, see if we have any flash flood warnings. We do have a flash flood warning in Little Rock. That's it for now. Posted in the subreddit as requested. Let's go. It will be dead no longer. I don't even know why y'all let it die in the first place. I can't believe that. Cannot believe that. Little interesting thing happening back over here. Looks like our hail threat might be dying down with this storm a little bit. Not seeing as many high DBZs anymore. I wonder how high our cloud tops are, though. 62,000 foot cloud tops. My goodness. No wonder this thing has so much hail. That updraft is still strong with this one. Here's our current view of the storm. A little interesting little appendage back in there. What is that?
There's the
Can't be
inflow
too.
tail.
Oh no, he's not too far. He's
And
11
that's the
miles.
inflow tail from the merger to the south that just came into this thing.
I think he's playing that setup one.
Let's see.
Hellcore is jumping on it.
On that one.
Well, you can just.
Yeah.
I want to see this post on social media.
Does it say who reported it?
No.
Okay. According to this, our couplet should not be too far off.
Coconut size hail? Who reported coconuts?
What size is a coconut?
Good question. What size is a coconut? Diameter. Jeez. Apparently a coconut is 6 to 8 inches. Oh, wait. I didn't even set this up. Whoops. Whoopsie-daisy. There we go. 6 to 8 inches in diameter? I don't know about all that. That's some hail. Yeah, I think a lot of this rotation that we are seeing inside of the storm right now is elevated. You're either elevated or hail contamination. This is just not looking like a tornadic storm right now. None of these storms are really looking overly tornadic. This one's interesting. It also has some indications of some maybe hail contamination happening. It's just so hard to tell. Fortunately, these storms are not really in the best position. Let's check on this radar. Yeah, you can see almost all those circulations further up to the north doesn't even show up on this radar, but it does appear to be some sort of legitimate rotation on the southern side here. Will this one become the next one we have to watch? I don't know. Who put the lime in the coconut? Another severe thunderstorm warning was issued back over here near Matador for some half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some kinks in northwest Georgia again. Let's check it out. Yeah, there are some kinks. One there, little one there, little one there. Nothing really organizing into some tighter rotation yet, but there are a couple kinks in there worth watching. Wouldn't rule out another tornado warning. Definitely still being prepared for these storms. Check back over here near Tupelo. Yeah. We keep on seeing these little areas of brief circulation, but nothing is really consolidated into anything yet. And same down over here into southern Arkansas. It's just a lot of low-end severe weather out here. It's nothing crazy, like 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They'll be loud. Depending on your tolerance for hail, it will probably be a little bit scary, but I promise, as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you got your pets indoors and your cars and your in your garage, everything will turn out okay. And still no shenanigans happening over here in Oklahoma yet, but I still think it's worth keeping an eye on. Sometimes when we have like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mergers all kind of consolidating in the same area, it's always worth keeping an eye on for it. I've seen some storms try to do some weird things in that environment. Yeah, latest update here. Looks like they have dropped the hail now down to tennis ball size hail. So we're not dealing with that 5-inch hail anymore. Starting to get hangry. Does hail affect tornado production? It can be a sign that your lower level shear is particularly weak. And look at this new view from Pagey. Looks like they got service again. Their windshield still appears to be there.
Our supercell is kind of merging into a MCF thing.
Service has been a struggle today. Yeah, for pretty much everybody. It has been interesting. That's how it goes, though. Rural roads also mean rural cell towers. So it was probably at least just like one cell tower at one point handling everybody's connections. Which might be why Storm Hunter Media has been keeping such a distance from these storms, because they're trying to keep their probably trying to keep their Starlink up and running, because the closer you get to the center of the storm, the less your Starlink works. But still an interesting looking storm. It definitely seems to be shelving out at the moment, though, indicating that this thing is pretty much completely outflow dominant. There does still appear to be some circulations in here, but again, I still think that a lot of that is hail contamination at this point. And then back over here further to the south, still have a little interesting area of circulation here, but that also is looking like a decent amount of hail contamination at this moment. But yeah, it is interesting nonetheless. Come back over here and check in on our kinks. Yeah, this one further down to the south is looking a little bit more interesting, north and east of Tryon here in Georgia. Might actually get a NATO warning with that here shortly, and that would probably be for, oh yeah, I could definitely see a tornado warning getting issued for this, for Sublinga, Beatham, Everett Springs, Calhoun, and so I would be ready to go to your safe spots in those areas. Also, a little bit of a couplet developing over here near Tunnel Hill as well. Doesn't appear to be a tornado on the ground, but that's pretty close to being able to produce one. So also wouldn't rule out another tornado warning up here to the north. This line does not want to give up. We'll keep on checking back in there. We do want to keep on checking back in Mississippi, because we do have some storms near where that outflow boundary was. Yeah, latest scans out here. Still some broad circulation south Arkansas. And our line of storms that was supposed to bring some potentially significant winds is still very much struggling. Struggling quite a bit. We can get 0 tornado warnings. I think I'm going to take a break and eat. So like take 5 minutes. I'll keep the radar and the stream running.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It doesn't seem like we're going to be getting that, because our storms are getting warned over here in Georgia. There's Sublingam and Beatham. All need to be in their safe spots. Got an area of rotation nearby. So I would get into your safe spots. Definitely can't rule out a brief tornado with this storm still. I haven't warned this area yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if that one was about to be issued. Eat something? I don't have no snacks. I have no snacks. Let me check the front door because apparently somebody might have got me something on Amazon wish list that might be able to enable me to get some Uber. All right. Ooh. It is here. It's in the. I had to run out to the mailbox to get it, but it is officially here. Catch my breath. All right, Chazzy, go eat your food, dude. You're being weird today. You all right? Weird. Is it because I'm streaming all day? Been enjoying hanging out with you too. I'd be sad if I were you. Chazzy, there's nothing in here. There's no food in this bag, Chazzy. But I could get food. He thinks this bag is food. Look at this. $100 worth of Uber Eats. Well, look in the bag here, Chance. Look in the bag. Get it. Look in there. He's not interested anymore. He didn't see no food. Who is it from? Oh, man, it doesn't say who is it from. They didn't write a message. Sad. I love reading the messages. There's another thing in here. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Oh my gosh. It's from Cheryl. He says, enjoy your gift from Cheryl Masters. Aw. Thank you so much. I will. It's not focusing, but I will definitely enjoy the gift, Cheryl. Thank you so much for the $100 of the Uber Eats. You guys are right. That wish list is pretty darn cool. Latest scan over here. Still a decent area of rotation. Would not rule out a brief tornado being on the ground with this. Near Sublinga. Sublinga still needs to be their safe spots and beat them in Georgia. This is awesome. All right. Looks like we're getting Uber Eats. I'm trying my hardest not to show you guys the code on the back. Don't want anybody stealing my gift card. Yeah, huge shout out to Cheryl. It's from Chewy, right? Time for some wings. Oh, actually, you would go Mexican. One's about to die, though. Come check back in with that storm in Texas. They allowed that tornado warning to expire in Texas, by the way. Honestly, isn't surprising. Let me change my title. Man, Pagey's got a pretty cool view of this. Look at that. I'm putting in this gift card real quick. And that's awesome. In severe weather, yeah, there's nothing going on where I live right now. There's a couple of storms bubbling out there, but nothing crazy. Bam! Nice. This is exciting. Yeah, the wish list was a great idea. Now you guys can actually send food in the form of an Uber Eats. I tried to find like a Walmart gift card, but they don't have any Walmart gift cards on Amazon. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still an area of some decent circulation here. Still not seeing a definite debris ball. This might be hail. That could be something down in there, technically. Could also be hail, though. As you can see, there is a little bit of a hail core on top of it. But I still want just to the west of Everett Springs to continue to be in their safe spots. Yeah, there's a warning over here in northeastern Georgia near Everett Springs. Tryon is not in the NATO warning anymore, and East Tryon and Tryon can come out of their safe spots. Use throne. Nah. Oh, way. Look at this. The bed has disappeared. The dog bed has disappeared from the list, which means somebody got Chaz a dog bed. Aw. That's so sweet. You guys are awesome. Yeah, this is our wish list. What we have on it. A better green screen, because this one is difficult to work with, the one I got behind me. Roll gold, cheddar, tiny twist pretzels, and another Uber Eats gift card of 50. And then the higher costing items are over here in a wedding registry. A little portable thing here. We're at $165 contributed to already, which is crazy. Got $140 contributed here for the monitor that will go with a computer, where we have $20 contributed. So people are still contributing, which is crazy. I thought I would just post about it. A couple of donations would come in and it would never go up from there. But I do appreciate everybody that has contributed to the wish lists. It's a pretty cool idea. Thank you so much. Latest scan on this storm over here in our tornado warning. Still a little area of rotation. Still pretty broad. That little signal back over there has dissipated. You want to check on some of our other storms again. Interesting area of a bunch of rain back over here as well. Yeah, these storms are looking very elevated out over here. Like we're transitioning more into a large hail threat and then eventually into a damaging wind threat. This will eventually turn into an MCS. They just continued the warning. They did not extend it but I would not rule out an extension here in Georgia. Oh, it doesn't? That's interesting because YouTube is like through it, like all the donations go through Apple from like an iPhone, I think. I'm surprised that doesn't do anything there. All right, let me finish ordering some food. I want some Mexican. Let's see if there's anything. Oh man, it's Sunday, which means there's gonna be a lot of places closed. Shoot. I don't know. Buena Vista. Delivery. Are they open? I think they're open. Fajita salad, steak. Extra steak. Ham. And cheese dip. And that's that. Nice tip. And there we go. Bam. Huge shout out to Cheryl. Thank you so much for giving us a meal. Thank you. You're making fish sticks and scallop potatoes. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like we still have some broad circulation here. Nothing overly crazy. Looks like it is weakening, though, in comparison to what it looked like. So they actually might allow that tornado warning to expire. We'll see. They have it going here for another 3 minutes. Sablinga is looking good. You guys come out of your safe spots out over there. It is past you. What is this? There's like a little red arrow over here. What the heck is going on Pagey stream? Look at that thing. Little scud. Looks like a NATO, but it's a scudder. Got a scud NATO. Fish sticks in an air fryer sounds good. It sounds delish. I haven't had fish sticks in so long. I always remember really liking them. I used to get so excited when my parents would make me fish sticks as a kid. Do you guys like fish sticks? Fish stick tacos? Mmm. Steffi. There's too many females that watch to do the Kanye joke. Everybody so far that said they like fish stick, I think, is females. That wouldn't work. The Kanye joke would not work. I was thinking about it, though. I definitely was.
Velocity again, straight ahead.
I was thinking about it in my head when I was asking the question. Fish is good? Yeah. Yeah, these storms out over here are super outflow dominant. This is great. I mean, I'm struggling to see like
Storm has a history, if you can
A
hear
new
me, this storm has
tornado
a
they
warning
did
has been
extend it
issued.
out over here in Georgia.
Hail.
Oh, let me
DVDs.
mute
That is
Pagey.
nuts.
We need to just get a new extension of our tornado warning now into Calhoun, Georgia. Still an area of some broader circulation. Wouldn't rule that out tightening here in the short term. But if you live in Ostanuela and Reeves, I'd be in your safe spots. Rather eat fish and chips? What are fish and chips? I've heard that so many times. Isn't that just fish and French fries? Yeah, it's just fish and French fries. Why do they call them chips? Do these look like chips to you? Those are French fries. Word for fries is chips. Okay. All right. It's a UK thing. They call chips crisps. Ooh, I like that. Honestly, that's better than chips. Also, a little area of circulation over here south of Keith's Mill, too. Still keeping an eye on some of these areas. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for this area south of Dalton. So interesting just how tornadic this little line of storms has been today. And definitely not the area where we thought our most tornadic activity would happen. Sometimes they are round. Round fries. Okay. By the way, we have some 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings being issued out here for Shelby, Rosedale, Dumas, Mount Bayou, Clarksdale, Marks, Jonestown, and Senatobia and Batesville. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Mississippi for half-dollar-sized hail, heading towards Bruce and Pontiac. Got another one over here east of Tupelo near Fulton, also near Tremont. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back down a little bit further south near Euphoria, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. With that, a little bit of hail is also possible there. These storms back over here still could have a little bit of hail inside of it. This one looks like it's being canceled and turned into more of a special weather statement with some 40-mile-per-hour winds. Back over here north of Prescott, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Antone and Okolona. And then back over here near Sparkman, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible there as well, moving up to the north and east. In the Oklahoma City area, we still have a mess of storms happening over here. So I wouldn't rule out some shenanigans happening up here. I mean, this is a lot of little supercells kind of all clustered in the same area. Eventually, though, we'll try to find a common center. Hopefully slowly is what we're looking for. But still some heavy rain and potential flooding possible over here. That's probably where our biggest flood threat is for the short term. As you can already see, we already have a flash flood warning out there for parts of Oklahoma City coming into Norman Tuttle. So make sure you guys are watching out for those flooded roadways. I would not go out right now, given just how much rain is probably falling in this area in a short amount of time. And also some hail, 1-inch sized hail is possible as well every now and then within that storm. It's not going to be constant, but could still be some in there. But yeah, that's the latest with these storms here in Texas. Still not seeing any definite new circulations developing here. Still getting some weird signals out of our storms, but for the best I can tell from our different radar sites, a lot of that is contamination here south of Paducah. Do have another storm trying to develop over here near Spur, Texas, but I think the outflow boundary has left our storms behind, leaving mainly eventually a damaging wind threat that should try to develop here in the short term. As our cold pool essentially is going to be building, and then eventually we're going to see that surge with the line of storms off to the east towards Olney, and eventually that will make it into the Fort Worth and Dallas area.
A new tornado warning has been
Yeah, it looks like
issued.
they are putting a tornado warning now on that northern circulation back over here near Keith's Mill. Right there's your area of rotation heading down towards Holly and Ball Ground. Guys need to be in your safe spots. Looks like our rotation on the southern portion of our storm is weakening out a little bit here. Close to losing daytime heating. Hope it doesn't flood in Louisiana. Roofs are already high. Yeah, I hope not either. All this food talk. Yeah, it's making me even hungrier. You still find it hard to believe you spend hours watching me? Yeah, why do you do that? Just out of curiosity. What is it about this live stream that you guys like? I don't think I've ever asked you guys that before. Oh my gosh. Stormwater Media has been frozen for a long time. Hey, Melissa, glad you guys aren't dealing with much there in the Pennsylvania area. Monkey Brain likes it. Okay. Answer questions. Yeah, yeah. Double pepperoni and jalapeno delivery. Ah. I don't do that. I'm just kidding. Food content. Yeah. We do talk about food a lot. We talk about food quite a bit. I appreciate that. About time. It's been raining lots. Yeah, y'all been getting a lot of rain up there. But it does look like it's clearing out for you guys. Severe weather staying down to your south. It's always great to see. Yeah, this area of circulation has almost completely lost its marbles. This tornado warning is probably going to be on its way out here unless something else develops. And this one over here as well still has a little area of rotation still. Still want Holly, Findeli, and Ball Ground to be in their safe spots here in Georgia. Jalapenos are great roasted. Interesting. What about the storms in middle Florida? Any rotation? We saw a little bit earlier. But yeah, it looks like we're just talking about some heavy rain and some lightning. Nothing crazy out there. Nothing too crazy. Hearing somebody talk all the time, I guess that is, you know, if you need that in life, this is a perfect channel to subscribe to. Because when we're alive, we are talking constantly. The talking never stops. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Awesome. That's great feedback. Never really asked that question before, so. Okay, there's a storm chaser in Alabama, maybe?
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued in Texas, over here near Amarillo, Canyon, Hartford, Dalhart, Borger, and Pampa. That's going to be coming over from these storms eventually. Going to be pretty hit or miss out there, but we do have some supercells with some hail threats of around ping pong ball sized to 1 inch heading into northern Texas. So keep your eye out for some severe weather. Also over here in New Mexico as well, and Guyman over here into parts of Oklahoma.
Thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Got a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings over here in this area. Still, no major tornadic activity as far as I could tell. Seems like these storms are now officially elevated. And the tornado potential should be pretty darn low for the most part. Still kind of interesting what these storms are doing right now, but they also seem kind of elevated on their velocity signatures. Back over here in Georgia. It looks like we still have a broad area of circulation up here. And further up to the north, our rotation is still technically there near Holly. It does seem to be dissipating as each scan, but there still is a little tiny bitty area of circulation about to go into Holly, Georgia, and then in Ball Ground next. And this one over here near Calhoun, yeah, that's not tornadic there. So this tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire in 6 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty much like anything like that, like bad happens near the Huntsville region, we'll probably only cover that, to be honest, from now on, just because of how many people I know that kind of how many people I know that know me, right? In that area, and they probably will turn on to my my weather coverage in that area. So, if something like serious, like a tornado outbreak was happening up there, and like say we had like Kentucky getting tornado warnings and like West Virginia getting tornado warnings, while northern Alabama in the Huntsville area was getting hit, we'd probably be paying more attention there than everybody else. How many severe thunderstorm warnings do we have? 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. Fried crappie. Is that good? I've never had crappie before. I've had bass before, but never crappie. I thought you weren't supposed to eat crappie. Oh, it is good. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, both of our circulations here in Georgia have died. I'm expecting these tornado warnings to expire in 4 minutes. Brownie pan? Oh boy. I could go for some brownies right now. That is for sure.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
That's just for over here again. Special brownies? I hope not. Yeah, I know in the lakes around here, like Gunnersville Lake, you're really not supposed to eat the fish. Because you see how like all these areas like near like Goodwin subdivision, Preston subdivision, Tanglewood, there's like a lot of like high end properties that are out here that use a lot of fertilizer. I'm not sure if that's a myth or not. But apparently like all the fertilizer in the water makes the fish dangerous to eat. But I never actually researched that. It's just kind of like one of those sayings that I've always kind of took seriously. Fish come pre-seasoned, yeah, with fertilizer. Exactly. They are funny. Imagine if we could get Snoop Dogg on with Evan. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Unless you guys want to see me have a panic attack. Okay, I'm very surprised they extended this, to be honest.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Very surprised. I mean, that rotation is pretty much completely dissipated, but maybe they're still seeing something on the ground. So if you live over here near Adairsville in Georgia, still continue to be in your safe spots there. You've got a tornado warning issued for your area. Maybe they'll extend this one too. I don't know. I was expecting to allow them to expire. So I don't know. Near Floyd, New Mexico. Let me check. Floyd. New Mexico. A little bit elevated environment. So the storm should remain outflow dominant. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. You can kind of see, though, there is an outflow boundary ahead of this right now, at least according to velocities. Might just be like right in there. So it is kind of already outflow dominated, but maybe it could spit out like a brief tornado. This is kind of in the middle of nowhere, though, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Yeah, there is a little town, though, Floyd Municipal Schools. Floyd. There's a lot of little towns out here. And then Portales is probably the most populated region over here. Wouldn't rule it out, but it's not the best environment for tornadoes. But as you can see, it's already tried to kind of wrap up there briefly. I wouldn't completely rule it out. There is technically a decent amount of... let me see what we got in terms of our environment out here. It is a surface inversion definitely exists around that storm. A little bit of SRH, like around like 250. Decent lap rates. I mean, it's not impossible. One thing that's interesting about this storm is that there is air just to the north and east of it that is moving kind of in this direction, which usually isn't very favorable. I mean, there it is again, trying to produce some rotation there. I just don't know how legitimate that is. I mean, it does seem like, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't rule out that being a tornado there south of Floyd. They're probably going to throw a warning on this shortly. The environment seems a little odd around it, but it seems like an environment where it shouldn't be able to produce, but we're pretty close to this radar, so that should be a legitimate signal. And it's trying to wrap up, so maybe. These storms are still looking elevated with some 2-inch hail near these storms. This one's going towards Rochester, Haskell, and Winnert here in Texas. And this one back over here is traveling off to the east, heading towards pretty much, I don't see any town names there. We got this storm over here near Spur with some $50 or some ping pong ball sized hail there as well. Back over here near Oklahoma City, still keeping an eye on this guy. A lot of winds moving in different directions. Always got to keep an eye on that. Still, so far, looks good. Looks like the rain's clearing out a little bit for Oklahoma City. A lot of rain further down to the south near the Chickasha area. Back over here in Arkansas, we still have our main severe threat over there near Arkadelphia, near Prescott. I mean, talking about 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with these storms as they continue off to the east. Lots of lightning in these storms as well. Back over here, looks like we are starting to get severe thunderstorm warnings with this area of our storm near Clarksdale. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Possible heading into Shelby, Cleveland, Clarksdale, Marks, Batesville here in Mississippi. Also have a couple of severe warned storms out ahead of this. Warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one over here has got a $50 sized hail heading towards the Pontiac area. Off to the east towards Algoma, and near Fulton. A couple areas there.
Tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. Yeah, so they did end up throwing a tornado warning on this storm near Floyd, where we still have a decent area, some tight circulation there. Would not rule out that being a tornado on the ground there south of Floyd. So if you live in Floyd and Bethel, I'd be in your safe spots. We got a pretty darn cyclic supercell here. Very interesting storm here. I wonder if there's like any chaser at all on this. I seriously doubt it, but hey, maybe. No, every single chaser and their mom is in Texas. And their grandma. And their uncle. There's some pretty strong circulation there. Let me see if there's any cameras in New Mexico. Maybe. There are cameras in New Mexico, but nothing near Floyd. Get live out here. Yeah, no live cameras either. They're all picture cameras. This storm is probably the most tornadic storm of the day. And there's not a chaser or a soul on it. Back over here, so they did officially allow this northern tornado warning to expire, but this one still is ongoing here with a little bit of broad circulation. Now about to head into Adairsville. Adairsville, continue to be in your safe spots. Can't completely rule out a brief tornado with this storm. You're going to send me pretzels, but Amazon said they couldn't be sent as a gift. Really? I mean, that's like the whole thing. I mean, no one else has been having a problem with it, so I don't know. I don't know, Michael. Maybe if Cheryl Masters is watching, ask her how she did it. All you should have to do is just press add to cart, and then it should work. I don't know. I've never been on the other end of an Amazon wish list before, so I'm not very experienced in that. And it's a cart. Yeah, I don't know. Weather spotters have reported a funnel on the tornado warned storm in New Mexico. Yeah, that's not surprising. It's probably on the ground at this point in New Mexico. About Tennessee, Tennessee does have some storms in the southeast or western corner, but none of them are severe right now. They're heading through Middleton and Bethel Springs and Selmer. Those storms from earlier are probably keeping your storms relatively calm over there. Wedding, no. Yeah, Cheryl says she just added to the cart. Easy peasy. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like something to do with your Amazon settings, Michael. They just send a Venmo for pretzels. Okay. Yeah, the funnel was reported on this storm over here south of Floyd. Would not surprise me if that funnel is on the ground at this point. I mean, there is still some pretty decent rotation with this moving off to the north and east. You see if there's like any nature cams near Floyd. I haven't seen anything. Definitely the strongest couplet we've seen today, and least contaminated view as well as we've seen in a couplet. So I definitely want Floyd to continue to be in their safe spots, and over there near Bethel as well. This is still a dangerous storm ongoing here in New Mexico. All right, let's come back over here to Georgia. Georgia. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation to call out on that storm near Dyersville. I'm still expecting this to eventually expire, just given its look on radar. Check from another radar, see what it's looking like from like another radar. Yeah. Yeah, all radars are pretty much saying the same thing on this storm, so. No, we did update my clock to 6:23. Uh-oh, AAW is behind on the stream. But yeah, you know, so the whole thing about the wedding registry thing on Amazon. I'll show you guys real quick. Go to. So yeah, you can see wedding registry right there. So that is not for a wedding. It is so that folks can contribute together to try to get some of the bigger ticket items here on the wish list. That's the only reason. I'm not actually getting married. It's just you can't do that on any other wish list on Amazon except for a wedding one. Yeah. Yeah, that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. Let's come back over here near Fulton. Yeah, still not a whole lot of strong rotations at all on any of these storms right now. But there is some damaging winds still coming through. One in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds still pushing down to the south and east at the moment. About to move into Shelby, Mississippi. Then over here near Greenville as well. Back over here in Arkansas, still monitoring.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So we now have a confirmed tornado in progress here south of Floyd. South of Floyd heading towards Bethel. All need to be in their safe spot still. Let me see if there's any photos of this storm online. Yeah, I'm not seeing any photos, but it certainly would not surprise me if this was. I mean, it certainly is not surprising that this is on the ground at the moment. We have a tight little area of some stronger rotation here, south and east of Floyd, still heading towards Bethel, New Mexico. So please continue to be in your safe spots. You have a question? What's up? Reedsville, Georgia, in the line of storms, and should they be concerned? Well, let me see where Reedsville is. Reedsville, Georgia. Georgia. Jeez, no, you're not even anywhere close. There are some storms near you, though. You're not close to these storms further up to the north, but could get maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder. Kansas done seeing storms? Seems like it. Yeah, you guys are definitely in an elevated rotation spot there for sure. I think they are extending this severe thunderstorm warning down to the south and east for some 60-mile-per-hour winds towards Cartersville, Canton, Nelson, and Jasper. Folks still need to be indoors and away from windows. To Calhoun, be scared right now. Now, storm's over for you guys. And if you guys are still in your safe spots, you can definitely come out of them. All right. Looks like this tornado warning is being allowed to expire. So that tornado warning in Georgia is gone. Not surprising. Back over here near Floyd. Let's check in on it. Yeah, still some pretty strong rotation here just to the south and east of Floyd, New Mexico. Heading towards Bethel, New Mexico still. Let me see if Bethel has any cameras. Bethel, New Mexico. Yeah. Storms in Middle Tennessee are done, yeah. I'm not find anything in this area. Such a low populated area. It'd have to be some random person, I think. Like with us, like a random webcam out there, and I can't find it. So, and unfortunately, there's just not a soul chasing this. But again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado in progress out over here near Floyd, New Mexico. And still some pretty strong rotation on this storm right here in this area. Strong, potentially strong tornado on the ground near Bethel still. So Bethel, New Mexico still needs to be in your safe spot. It does seem like this tornado is currently moving away from Floyd right now, but I wouldn't rule out some deviant motion still. So thank you for covering my city. Yeah, no problem. And looks like we are getting some more easterly severe thunderstorm warnings here. So our MCS is developing now heading into Knox City on Monday with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So far, nothing overly significant yet with this storm. Mexico is your birthplace and your mom still lives there. Oh, wow. Storms popping up all over the place in Mississippi. Yeah, there's a decent amount of storms out over there. Thankfully, just very minimal severe weather capabilities here. A $50 size hail. This one will be loud. And you'll definitely not like it. But as long as you're indoors, you should be all right. And we got this in an area out here as well with a line of thunderstorms with some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible heading into Shelby and Cleveland. Back over there near Greenville as well. Little prefrontal storms, got to keep an eye on them just in case. But so far, we haven't seen any dangerous rotations around them right now. So pretty calm, relatively speaking, in comparison to what was kind of possible out here. But, it seems like our line of severe storms is trying to do something. So I still wouldn't let your guard down just yet. Just like that. Never mind. You'll probably fall asleep again. I feel that. Storm. I'm already just above Ackworth, Georgia. Sirens are going off. Yeah, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire though, so don't got to worry about that. But this storm has been showing little signs of rotation here and there, but I think it's dying down here. I think still technically should pay attention to it for a little bit. I wouldn't be completely unprepared to go into your safe spots. If you live in Jasper, Nelson, and Canton, but we should start to see this severe weather threat start to fall apart. Latest scan on our confirmed tornado warning still. Pretty tight area of circulation here just to the east of Floyd. It seems like it's going to be crossing over South Roosevelt Road and coming pretty close to this little area over here. Or road, but it's on the intersection of South Roosevelt Road 2 and South Roosevelt Road AC. Still a decent area of circulation right in there as of our latest scan, but it does seem to be weakening a bit. Jackson, Tennessee. Baseball-sized hail? Yeah, I think that was, if I remember correctly, that was in Franklin, Tennessee, right? Which is odd because you guys don't typically get that much hail or that big of hail. Yeah, latest severe thunderstorm warning out here is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Charleston, Coffeyville, Water Valley, Oxford, New Albany, and Pontiac in Mississippi. Thank you, Jared, for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fry family. Linda got a membership. Nice. Sure you guys are thanking Jared for the gifted membership. I haven't seen any photos. I know it happened. I heard of a lot of damage out in Franklin because of that storm. I think I retweeted a couple things a while back. All right, still waiting on that latest velocity scan to come in. We just got our latest reflectivity. Hoping we see a de-escalation of this storm. Yeah, Jared, you rock. Thanks, man. Thank you very much. It looks like we still haven't observed tornado warning on this. Weather spotters confirmed tornadoes still. You haven't seen a debris signature yet with this storm. It does look like it has lifted. I mean, as far as I can tell by velocities, but we'll wait and still say it's a tornado on the ground for now until we get a new storm spotter report. Imagine getting pelted by with baseball-sized hail? No. Send me a video of the tornado near Floyd. Okay. Oh, wow. This is from Clovis, New Mexico's news station out there. Their live Skycam view. And a view of the tornado there in Clovis. And yeah, it was a little bit of a skinny cone or stovepipe tornado out there. I would say it's a cone, a little skinny cone. Just posted it in chat if you guys want to look at it. Where are the chasers at? They're all the way over here. We're letting the storm go by them because this is not really a chaseable storm anymore. I think Storm Hunter Media is still trying to keep up with it, though.
They're just running the straight south to 6. Straight south to 380. Jeez.
Coming into Knox City now, guys.
They got this hail down the ping pongs.
In here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Of course, we're going to look at that. Every time it's worn for ping pongs, we lose our windshield. So
it was worn for golf balls. They lowered it.
Nice boot. Really nice boot.
Nice boon.
Nice boot.
I don't think he said boot. What did he say? By the way, some photos here as well of that large, very large hail, 5.5-inch hail to 6-inch diameter hail. Absolutely mind-boggling sized hail. It's crazy. Like, that's got to be close to a record or something. Yeah, it's huge hail. The dude's holding it up next to his head, and it's almost as big as his head. It's crazy. Like, he's holding it like this. Like, if that was near my head, I have a pretty small head. Probably would be almost bigger than my head. Yeah, it looks like the storm is becoming pretty outflow dominated over here near Floyd. Rotation is pretty much completely dissipated. I would assume that this is on the ground. I mean, off the ground now. Your thunderstorm watch for Little Rock has been allowed to expire. Well, that's good news. Not really seeing anything that overly sticks out to me with this convective complex yet. It's still kind of in its early stages. It's going to take a little while for that to get going. Latest scan, maybe a new area of circulation trying to develop, maybe a little bit further up to the north. Right in there. A little bit on the broad side of things. That was big. Yeah, a big old hail. That's the kind of hail that hits your car and it just sounds like a bomb goes off. It's crazy. Seen some YouTube videos of hail that big hitting cars. It is, yeah, it just hits the car and just, if it hits the windshield, it just goes straight to it. Jeez. Hey, here's another very large hailstone. This was from Afton, Texas. My gosh. Yeah, almost all of Twitter is about the storm chasing convergence calamity. And here's a photo of the New Mexico tornado. Look at that. Little stovepipe. That thing looks strong. Hopefully it didn't hit anybody. That is from HK Guns out of New Mexico. It's got a golf ball sized hail warning on this storm heading up towards 2350. They're north of Big Spring, Texas. Yeah, latest scan, that circulation is really losing its, and it expired, I think. Well, there we go, folks. We are down to 0 tornado warning, so I'm going to take a break. Because it might be a little bit of a late night with these guys. We'll see if they really do turn into the damaging wind threat they could be. It could be a little bit of a late night. So we'll see. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Huge shout out to everybody that donated. And also, huge shout out to everybody that liked the stream and subscribed. It does help out a lot. What's today's date? 5/25/2025. And we will raid. We'll raid Stormer Media because he's still, I think, closest to the storm. Actually, we'll raid Pagey. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back on if needed. If something else pops off. But, I mean, for right now, it's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but pretty marginal severe weather for a lot of folks. So, yeah. I'll be back on later on if needed. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys then. Peace.